attempt to speak Portuguese. Prezados, senhoras e senhores, bem-vindos ao Fórum de Soluções.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Solutions Forum 2024.
Thank you very much for joining us here today. My name is Katrin Harvey. I'm the Secretary General of F20, the Foundation's platform, and it is my honor to welcome you here all with us today. Especially on behalf of our partners at X, Avina, and GIFE. It's great to have you all with us in Rio, the city of G20 2024. Also, I'm very happy to welcome everybody who is online with us, just watching us from all around the world. So I don't know where the camera is. So hello, everybody online. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are. In the spirit of this year's theme of the F20 Climate Solutions Forum, Accountability in Action, Building Bridges for North-South Partnerships, we encourage you really to take this opportunity to speak and engage, to contribute to the program, and really engage also with everybody else who is here with us today. To facilitate this, we've given you flowers that you chose. So the flowers, the secret code of the flowers is really just a way for you to find new people, to maybe find the other sunflowers or maracuya flowers, so you have a reason to talk to people if you feel a little bit shy. So I hope this helps you in the next 2 days to really make new connections and find new friends and partners. We want to take this opportunity today to really share with you a hopeful vision of the future. We know, we have heard all the calamities, and we know that climate change is one of the biggest crises of the world. And we need to take action immediately. But we want to not just look at this crisis as something that makes us sad or makes us feel useless or that we can't do anything about it. But we want to take the challenges, everything from poverty, hunger, biodiversity loss, health crisis, and see it as an extraordinary opportunity. I know, we all know, climate change is the biggest crisis of our time, but it also offers us a chance to imagine and be creative and create a better future for all of us. A future that is more livable, healthier, and just. We are the last generation with the power to take meaningful climate action and to forge this new world. And that's why we all need to work together in a unified effort. So many philanthropic actors are with us here today to join our cause and to support public and private climate initiatives. We stand together and are prepared to contribute, even with limited resources, to show that our community is ready to make a difference. Together, with cooperation, partnerships, and mutual understanding, we can navigate these divided times. The Sustainable Development Goals provide a roadmap addressing the critical issues of climate change and biodiversity loss. Let us embrace this opportunity that we have here today and tomorrow to build a world where humanity thrives in peace and in harmony. Thank you for being here and for your commitment to creating a brighter future. Please tweet, post, share your insights as widely as possible and use our official hashtag F20RioCSF. So that's a very important message from our communications team, so please use our hashtag. But with that, I don't want to hog the stage too much because there's so many fantastic speakers with us here today or online. We have some 2 exciting days full of discussions ahead of us. The agenda is packed, so let's dive right in. And with this, I would like to welcome our first speaker from India, who is hopefully joining us online, one of our chairs of F20, Neera Nandi from Dasra Foundation in India. If we could get her online. Yes, hello Neera, how are you?
Good, good, how are you?
Very good, the room is full.
Well, that's exciting. I'm so sorry that I can't be there, but I am definitely there in spirit. All the way from Mumbai, India. Hi, everyone. So I was just reflecting on what you opened with, Katrine, and I think it is in fact a lot of hope. I think from India, you might all know or not know, we are in the midst of hearing our election results. We are one of the largest democracies, and I think going into this, we all felt maybe it was going to already be a done deal, but I think we're all very excited that it's not a done deal and that perhaps our systems are working. So it gives me a lot of hope, but it should give us a lot of hope as well, being such a large country, but also being really important to collaboration South by South. So I really wanted to leave all of you with, you know, 4 things that I've been thinking about that we wanted to carry through from chairing the F20 here in India. I had the pleasure of taking over the baton from Indonesia and then passing it on to Brazil. And I know that one of the themes is sort of North bridging to the South, but I really want to push all of you to think about South bridging to the South and how we could be a really powerful foundation with which the North actually has to plug into. So move that into your conversation, since we are a large, large group of individuals for which climate change actually affects us directly. I think the second thing is just to commend and recognize the F20, the Climate Solutions Forum. A shout out to Klaus if he's there, just to think about the power and the role of philanthropy in climate change and addressing this climate crisis can honestly be overwhelming, and you might feel it cannot have an impact. But together to really think about how we can be innovative, how philanthropy can take a risk, how can it really participate in blended finance. I encourage all of you to really think and push for that, since that's the center of what the F20 has been built on. And actually, the role of philanthropy can be quite powerful, again, to build community resilience. So what we were excited about hosting F20 at G20 here was that India was finally willing to engage when we really rested the narrative and really thought about how are the most vulnerable affected by climate change. And can we really think about adaptation and mitigation not as 2 separate things, but can we really invest in building this resilience and an ability for communities to respond and be prepared? And we really felt that that can be a strong narrative. So encouraging all of us to not forget about invisible populations, indigenous populations, women, children, gender, all actually hold in quite a lot to be able to change and reverse or be prepared for this crisis. Which brings me to the 4th piece, which is often we think about climate as a carbon issue, an energy issue. And yes, there's a lot that needs to be done around just transition, but there's a lot that also needs to be done at the intersection. So urging you to really think about intersection at gender, the role that women are playing here, and the intersection of health. As a country in India, we have seen unbelievably high temperatures and air pollution with significant health impacts. And we're going to just need a stronger health system across the South to be able to respond to this. So do lean into the intersectionality, really look for solutions and innovations that are addressing these intersections. And finally, I'm going to leave, which seems obvious, just look to your left and look to your right. You're not all the same people or all the same set of stakeholders. To really solve this problem, we're going to need government, private sector, public sector, civil society, academics, media, all of us to come together and see each of you as playing one of these bridge builders. And so with this, thank you for beaming me in. I hope we do meet one day, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of your engaging conversations and working towards a better future. Thanks, Katrine, wherever you are.
Thank you, Neera. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And in the spirit of creativity and flexibility, we have an honorable guest from the Democratic Republic of Congo with us, and she can only be with us up until 10 o'clock, so we will push her forward. And so it is my honor also to welcome Stephanie Mbombo, the President's Special Envoy for Climate Economy, for New Climate Economy of the Democratic Republic of Congo, to the stage to give us a few opening remarks. She's not online? Okay, give her a few seconds. She's not live. Okay, then maybe while we wait for Alice. Okay. I'm too tall for the microphone. I might have to do this barefoot. All right, so while we wait for Stephanie to come online, maybe we can then go back to the original plan and welcome Alice Amorim to stage, our second chair of the F20 steering group and host here today from X. So please to the stage, Alice.
I'm not this tall. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone who's following us online. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here to Brazil, to Rio, to my hometown, and to this edition of the Climate Solutions Forum. As a Communications and Partnerships Director of EECS and the Chair of F20, I take very seriously the responsibility of using this time with you all in this event, the most pleasure, the most useful, and the most thought-provoking as possible. When Klaus Mielke, sitting just here as the founder of F20, an extraordinary leader, just invited me last year to become the chair of F20, I was asking myself, how can I make a difference? What contribution can I bring to this space? And what can actually F20 members do to foster more climate and social justice in the context of the Brazilian G20 presidency? My sense was that if we could adopt an ecosystem approach for philanthropic collectives, that we could leverage the knowledge, the global south knowledge, in this context of real life experiences, bringing here, all of you have real life experiences that are very useful for this debate. If we could bring this political will of philanthropies from the global south and north, we could start to see and acknowledge more clearly the changes that we are already funding doing on the ground. This year, Climate Solutions Forum is not about the Brazilian G20 presidency only. It's also about that, but it's also about the power of agency and of action of philanthropies. We have here more than 600 organizations, philanthropic organizations from all over the world, represented in all the philanthropy collectives that co-organized this event. So, F20, GIFE, Fundación Avina, Rede Como A, Aliança Fondos del Sur, Wings, Clean Air Fund, FARN, OECD Net Forward, and the Forest People and Climate. All these collectives, they have contributed to this forum, and I wanted to really thank you all for that. No, I haven't. These philanthropies, they are funding solutions to strengthen democracy, supporting civil society, academia, youth, Black-led organizations, indigenous communities. They have expertise in education, in health, in climate, in finance, in gender, in AI, labor markets, name it. We have sustainable cities. They can be nimble, they can take risks, and they can be audacious in their approaches. In the context of the public crisis that we are facing, and in the context of wars, in severe climate impacts, just the one that we have just testified happening in Brazil, but also in many parts of the world, we cannot waste this capacity and continue working in silos. We have a wealth of knowledge in this room and inside all philanthropy networks. We need to use this expertise, these resources, these efforts, this capillarity to help governments better implementing public policies, to sustain a vibrant civil society, to promote scientific innovation from the South to the South, to direct private sector flows to contribute, not hinder, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. The G20 is a collective of countries that have several constraints in terms of accountability. It also struggles to sustain the implementation of its commitments on the ground. The presidencies may change, but we stay. We stay on the ground, and we have a role to play in making the world more sustainable and inclusive. We need to challenge the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice. And I think we have Stephanie on the line now. So welcome, Stephanie Mbombo. she's... Hello, Stephanie, can you hear us? I swear this is not a commercial for iPhones. She is... Okay, still not working? No, all right. Well then, maybe we'll try again, but I know she has an appointment at 10 o'clock, so maybe she will have to join us at another point. In that case, as Alice already mentioned, there are so many people who have contributed to today, but I would really like to take 1 minute to acknowledge our two co-hosts at Fundación Avina and GFE. So if really just very quickly, Laura and Cassio could just come to the stage and wave so that everybody knows these are the guys that have been really contributing very, very much to this day. So please welcome Laura Senyan and Cassio Franta. Thank you so much for being part of this and supporting us. And we'll have a lot more chances to talk to them into the other sessions. So Laura has organized the adaptation content block for us, and Cassio the one on SDGs and inequalities. So please make sure to listen to all of their speakers and conversations as well. So thank you again for being part of this today. One more look at Stephanie? No, okay. Right, then I need to rearrange myself. Sorry, give me a second. At F20, every year we publish recommendations that we bring forward to the G20 countries in hopes of them addressing these recommendations in their conversations. We understand that, as Alice mentioned, the presidencies come and go. This is a process, and we continue our conversations and we build on the recommendations that we publish every year. These recommendations are 10 different ones. They reflect the work we've done so far, but they also reflect the priorities and important topics that are relevant for the current presidency's year. Therefore, we published 10 recommendations that we hope to share with you on the screen in a second. Can we have the recommendations on the screen, please? Coming, anyway. As you was, there we are. So these are all developed in a process between our partners, and they're all available online in a long form. It's on the website of the Climate Solutions Forum. There will be a lot of social media campaigns around them as well, so you will see them. These are developed as in a collaborative process with the F20 members. So we have conversations, discussions. We invite all of our members to suggest topics that are important to them. Then we draft, then we go through several iterations of revising, and then we publish these also very closely in partnership with think tanks and people who understand the processes around the G20 presidency this year in Brazil, also G7 in Italy. As you will see, we have these 10 recommendations. One of them is equitable finance, inclusive and equitable energy transitions, to make sure that we have the right kind of financing. We all understand G20 is a process that is very focused on finance, so this is obviously reflected in our recommendations as well. We recommend that we look at a better decarbonization of industry, so sustainable industry decarbonization. Unlocking access to finance, not just committing and putting lots of numbers on the table, but actually making it possible for people to access finance for climate, so that even the ones that cannot swallow large amounts of money on the ground, grassroots organizations have an opportunity to receive the climate finance they need to make the difference. We're looking at the comprehensive debt reform and also including looking at the better channeling of special drawing rights so that the whole architectural reform and the finance system of the world works better, especially for countries of the global south. We want to elevate climate adaptation in the whole conversation when it comes to climate action. It's getting better. We all know climate adaptation is becoming more and more of a central point, but it's really, really important in countries of the Global South, especially who have not contributed to climate change, that they have an opportunity to adapt to climate change, especially the most vulnerable, be it young people, smallholder farmers. We want to make sure that the SDGs are integrated in community resilience programs, and that especially when it comes to the G20 climate action programs. We want to look at agriculture as not a contributor to climate change, but as a solution to climate change. Looking at agriculture that is sustainable, that is able to feed the world without creating more creating more climate emissions, and really making use of the agriculture that feeds the world without making the world worse. It's very important for us in terms of specifically food equity, to make sure that everybody receives the kind of food they need and that we have a secure food system that is available for everybody. And we will have a specific food security conversation this afternoon where we look into this a little bit more in detail. It's wonderful to see that the G20 presidency in Brazil has integrated the G20 social program, and it's really great to see this. We want to continue this. We would like to see future G20 presidencies to take up this idea of the G20 social, to really make sure that the more conversations are happening and more equity is happening also when it comes to the conversations around G20. For those of us working in the G20 process, it's really hard sometimes to really reach the right people and to advocate. So this is one of the opportunities that we see where we can actually make a difference. And then last but definitely not least is really elevating the voices of the of the Global South, but also of the future generations. We want to really elevate the youth. We want to make sure that whoever comes after us has a say in these kinds of conversations. And to make this point very strongly, we actually have a children's component at the Climate Solutions Forum, and we will be joined tomorrow by 30 children from Plant for the Planet who have spent a bit more than a week now learning about climate change, the activities that they can do themselves to help prevent climate change. And they planted some trees, but we'll hear a lot more tomorrow because they will come, 30 of them tomorrow with us, and they will present their manifesto that they've developed, the Children's Manifesto. So please make sure you meet the children tomorrow. We have a few representatives of the organization with us here already, so just look out for the t-shirts for the Plant for the Planet people. That concludes our recommendations. They can be downloaded on our website for the forum, also on the F20 website. Please let us know if you can't find them. We're happy to share them more. And with that, I would like to now invite a second video from the German State Secretary Jochen Flassbart, who has seen our recommendation and has an opinion about them. So please roll the video of Mr. Flassbart.
Dear colleagues, at the outset, let me congratulate you on your recommendations for action. We share your concerns. And as a committed member of the G20, we are eager to join efforts to fight inequalities, build strong partnerships, combat global food insecurity, and improve global climate finance. In 2022, Germany provided more than 6 billion euros of climate finance from budget sources. Nearly half of these funds targeted adaptation. This was an important signal of our solidarity. However, we know that public funds are not enough to meet the challenges posed by the climate crisis. We need innovative climate finance instruments as well as additional sources of funding. I call on all countries and private sector actors, especially big emitters, to support those countries most in need of international climate finance. You have shown the important role of non-state actors in advancing both international climate action and sustainable development. I want to thank you for your support in mobilizing additional funding and invite you to continue this work in partnership with G20 governments, private sector actors, and civil society. We need more formats and initiatives like the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, where we actively collaborate with a wide variety of partners. And to achieve a net zero and climate resilient world, we need to strengthen our ambitions. Let's work together and unite for climate action and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
All right, I was told to put this closer to my mouth. With that, I would like to now invite Alice back on stage to guide us through our high-level opening remarks with some of our most VIP guests. Thank you so much.
Well, can you hear me? Well, okay, great, good to be here back again. Well, as I was saying, we have a very strong group of philanthropies here, but philanthropies alone can't do the whole work. And it's really important that we understand what are the needs, what are the ideas, what are the strategies, and what are the priorities of public decision makers, of academia, of civil society. So to bring those ideas and voices to you, I would like to invite to join me on the stage, please, Lucas Padilha, the head of the International Affairs of the Rio City Hall. Por favor. Thelma Krug, a Brazilian leading scientist and IPCC author. And Enrique Frota, from the executive director of ABONG, the Association of NGOs of Brazil. Have a seat. Well, Lucas, we're going to start with you. I know you have to leave, so no worries about that. But if you could please tell us a bit more about the significance for Rio of hosting this G20, the Urban 20 agenda that you also are part of, and what would you expect from the philanthropic sector in terms of contribution to this process?
Well, thank you so much for being here. You all, Klaus, everyone in town coming to Rio for this very important F20. The G20 is about what people make out of it. It's not something, it's not a given. The good thing about the G20 is that it's informal. So with no permanent secretariat, you have the opportunity to lead it by engagement. It's something that is unique to a multilateral forum. Another important thing about the G20 that makes it unique, the G20 is all-encompassing, but it's very political. That's a very good thing. It's led by leaders themselves, meaning that it's the right forum to influence change, especially from the financial sector, broadly speaking, towards public policies, towards science, towards social inclusion. So the financial origins of the G20, the political leadership in charge of it. And that third important thing, Brazil will make it a very special forum in November in Rio. But then, why are we excited to be here? So first, I'd just like to welcome you all on behalf of our mayor, Eduardo Paes. Why is Rio the capital of the G20? Why did we create this campaign? Because we are a stage and an actor. Rio likes to welcome the world for diplomatic events. There is something unique to our DNA, at least since '92. Echo 92, as I call it, COP0, the first ever COP. So there is reasons to believe that we have had a role in creating this multi-level and multilateral governance. And back then in '92, no one believed that an event organized by the UN could have civil society and scientists leading it. The images of Echo 92, 30 years after, is a young person, scientists, diplomats, and civil society right here at Aterro do Flamengo, right here at this park. And it wasn't even imaginable back then that would become a trend. Now we have climate tourists every COP. 100,000 people traveling to COPs every year. It is a good thing, and it has a real DNA to it. So we are very glad to welcome the G20 30 years after ECO 92, or Rio 92, or COP 0, as I call it. So that's why we are a stage. And why are we an actor? Because cities, they are governments. We are part of Brazil. So we are part of the Brazilian presidency, led by President Lula. Thankfully, without him, we wouldn't be here today. We have to acknowledge that political leadership matters. So we are here in Rio, in Brazil, because Brazil wants to do something about climate change or sustainable development, broadly speaking. For us, it's something that has always been there as an integrated agenda. So we couldn't do it without philanthropies and civil society. It's something that it has been in our DNA since as early as 92. So 30 years after that, it's very good to have you all here. And we organized an agenda throughout the year to set Rio as the stage, but cities as an actor. This is not a given. So past COP28, I'm sorry, for the first time, the local climate action summit was held by the COP presidency with the support of Bloomberg Philanthropies. Without Bloomberg Philanthropies, and here I'm acknowledging Bloomberg, but we have our cities here strongly supported by Rockefeller Foundation. So foundations and cities, they have been working together to build space for vanguard climate planning and climate action. Without philanthropies, the local climate action summit during COP in Dubai wouldn't have happened. And there was a clear outcome to that. CHAMP being this multi-level governance agreement. So 70 countries agreed to it. And it was led by Brazil, Rio as a city, and Bloomberg as a philanthropy. So it is possible to create this kind of connections that can be meaningful for multilateralism. Please don't give up. And we did that in the COP led by the UAE. So we will do that in COP in Brazil. So I would like to really acknowledge here the importance of Instituto Clima e Sociedade. I think Maria is here, Alice. Thank you so much. Without ICS, the G20 in Brazil wouldn't be as good as it is. Because of you, we have been doing very meaningful side events. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of Rio City Hall, but also on behalf of the Brazilian government. ICS is very important. Is the bridge between civil society, funders, finance. 2 weeks ago we had Finance in Common event in Rio, a very important event with more than 50 public development banks and MDBs. And why are we hosting so many events? Yes, because you like to enjoy our city. That's very good for tourism. But this is not enough. It's important because we as a city, as an actor, not only as a stage, we want to get some things done for cities. I would read here some figures, but I won't do it. Just to give you a number, 68% of people in the world will be living in cities by 2050. 80% of emissions happen in urban areas. But that's not the case in Brazil. In Brazil, we have a very unique emissions pattern. But without multi-level governance, you will never sort out deforestation in the Amazon, for example. Cities should be considered in the multi-level governance we need to curb emissions in the Amazon. We couldn't be more clear about it. We close our eyes and we see a forest. But in that forest, in that biome actually, not a forest, in that biome, very complex biome, we have 30 to 50 million people, if you count. And in Rio, the largest coastal city of Brazil, and one of the largest coastal cities in the Southern Hemisphere, We have many challenges. We are a city between the mountain and the sea, 3 basins, 260 rivers, 40% of the city under environmental protection. It's not enough. So we have a climate action plan. Without civil society, we wouldn't have it. How can I contract a climate adaptation plan if there is no law making my government do it? We did it because it's important politically, it's important for our planning, but without philanthropies helping us to get it done, with more than 20,000 people in town engaged into it, 2,000 civil servants being prepared for climate action and planning with climate language. We wouldn't have it without philanthropies. So philanthropies are important for cities in terms of multilateralism. Without philanthropy, cities will never speak in multilateral forums. In that regard, cities, women, youth, they are the same. Cities are regarded as civil society in multilateral forums. That's a very weird position to be. We are an engagement group, but thankfully, as other engagement groups, and I would like to acknowledge C20 here as well, and many good friends that are engaged in the G20 and social G20, we won a very important thing, and President Lula is very keen about it. For the first time ever, in July in Rio, the G20 Sherpa meeting will welcome engagement group Sherpas. So I will be there. I think you will be there as well. And what are we taking to our Sherpas? Not only the Brazilian Sherpa, all G20 Sherpas. Recommendations. The U20, we are organizing a one-page recommendation. And I can just give you a hint about it. We are discussing climate budgeting for cities. So that's a lot about finance and accountability to that. Basically, House of Representatives, local House of Representatives, Câmara dos Vereadores in Portuguese, they will vote on the consequences of every budgetary item in terms of climate. You get two powers involved in that. We always discuss climate litigants, but let us discuss climate federalism and climate partition of power inside a level of government. That's one thing that we are implementing in Rio, and we want to get it done in major Brazilian cities. Another thing, climate planning. Only 11 states, I think, in Brazil, they have some sort of climate plan and governance. We need more, and we are eager to participate and technically engage with other local governments. But we are not looking at Brazil, we are looking at the G20 broadly. But the most important thing for us is climate finance. How cities can get access to money. Only 58% of countries in the world allow their cities to go abroad for money. In Brazil, you have to have a sovereign guarantee, you need to get approval by the federal government, and you will get interest rates as high as 8 or 10% in the world because of our local ratings. BB minus in Rio, in the case. That's the difference between building 1 park or 3 parks in 10 years. That's very important for poor people in vulnerable areas. How much do we pay for the money we are using to do adaptation? That's the most important urban agenda in the world. Because it affects Rio as it affects many cities in the Southern Hemisphere. On the other side, many cities in the Northern Hemisphere would like to get money to fund cities in the Global South in interesting projects. GIFE, GIZ, the Germans are the best in doing that. They have been helping us for so long. I mean it. So the first City Climate Action Gap Fund project in Brazil was here in Rio, in Jardim Maravilha, Guaratiba. I know that João knows it, and some other people here might know it. 300,000 people living beneath the sea level in an area more vulnerable than Porto Alegre. It costs, I think, from 60 million reais to 2 billion reais, the project. But how to prepare it, how to access finance for that, funding for that, public or private or philanthropic money, you need to prepare the project, not for the city hall to implement it with its own money, but for the city hall to implement it with partners. That's why we got access to the City Climate Action Lab Fund for the first time with the support of the Germans. So it's very important to have international support, philanthropic support, but one thing I would like to ask you all to discuss. Invest in cities is where adaptation is needed. And mayors want it. It's politically relevant. After what we are seeing in terms of extreme climate events, that's the #1 agenda for politicians in Brazil, and it will be in the Global South, at least for mayors. So mayors will be the people you need to go to ask for better adaptation projects. And why do I mean adaptation, not mitigation? Because only 7% of the money, of the climate money, is going to adaptation. And adaptation it's as capital intensive as mitigation. You can do energy transition in an industry. It's very expensive to contract SDGs and climate in a city. It's as expensive as transitioning in a whole industry. So please take into account that cities need your support. I'm sorry for taking that long, but I will make sure that your recommendations will be there with us for the Sherpa meeting, for the Finance Ministry's Deputy meeting, and I would like to extend the invitation for you all to come back to Rio once again, if you like it, for a social G20. That will be a first time ever event back-to-back with the Leaders Summit. It's a logistical challenge, it's a political challenge, but it's worthwhile to be with you all more than once here in Rio, the capital of the G20. So thank you so much for being here.
Obrigada. Thank you so much, Lucas. We are definitely taking care of cities and thinking about that. And I think that's possibly one of the most interesting discussions nowadays is on this division of climate mitigation and adaptation, right? To what extent does that still make sense? And how are we, especially in the context of the G20, what the G20 can do to actually leverage the cities and the climate adaptation conversation more broadly. I think that's something that the Brazilian government, but all the G20 members should take this responsibility to advance one step further. We know that G20 political signals are not enough, but they are an important step. So I think that's also why we're going to have the sustainable finance conversation right after this opening panel and the climate adaptation component tomorrow. So yeah, we are very serious about that. Thank you. So if you need to, no worries. So I want to pass it on to Thelma Krug on that, because one of the interesting conversations that we were having about this is that to implement all these actions, you need to have evidence base to decide what you're going to be doing, how you're going to be doing, what are the priorities, what is vulnerability, how can you more cost-effectively reduce emissions and so on. And therefore, we need science, strong scientific background. And we do need science from the South, science from Brazil, from Latin America, from Africa, from Southeast Asia. Thelma, if you could please give us your hint about that, please.
It's ligado. So good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. I'd like to thank ICS for the invitation, and especially Maria, for whom I know for so many years. Still, when I was a negotiator in the Climate Change Convention for about 13 years representing Brazil, and this is why I say I have been raised as a carbocentric person, right? So, and now I have to think on moving away from being carbocentric, and because of the many other issues, including biodiversity, which is coming in the agenda so strongly. But anyway, but also 21 years being a member of the Bureau of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the last 8 years as vice chair. made me understand a lot of the science behind, besides being a researcher myself for some times, now not anymore, actively doing that. But, you know, everywhere you think that you need to have evidence-based to come up with solutions. And even if you go to the Paris Agreement, you see that in some of the paragraphs it says, based on the most updated science. So science needs to be there. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, I have some not so nice feelings today, because they produce about 8,000 pages of science every 5-6 years. And on the top of these, special reports. And this specific cycle that is started now in July came up to the idea that they will continue to produce the 8,000 pages, or the contributions from the 3 working groups, one on the physical basis of climate change, another on adaptation impacts, vulnerability, and another one on mitigation. But unlikely the last cycle that started in 2015 and ended in 2023, we are going to have only one special report, which is going to be on cities and climate change. It's only one. Last cycle had 3. One on global warming of 1.5 and impacts, and how can we get there in terms of emissions trajectories. Another one which was on ocean and cryosphere in a changing climate, and another one which was on climate change, land use and implications for desertification, for degradation, and so on. So obviously, when the whole business of climate change started, and IPCC was established in 1989, it was because there was this understanding from observations that something was going a little bit bizarre maybe, but they didn't understand exactly why were observations moving in many directions. Today, we know from the IPCC and from the evidence-based, from diverse and multiple sources of observations, that the unequivocal influence of human beings in the warming of the climate system. The concerning thing is the climate system is everything. You're talking about warming the atmosphere, warming the ocean, what is happening to the cryosphere and the biosphere. So you're talking about this complex, complex system. And then as it warms, obviously one of the findings is that you're gonna get more frequent and intense extreme events. So we are talking about droughts, you are talking about hot streams, including, the hot waves that India is experiencing. Floods, we had in the south, pluvial and fluvial floods in the south of Brazil. It's very hard sometimes for us to regionally or locally to say there is this human digital, a human influence that is clear. Globally, it is clear from the extreme events that you have these human digital. Now, it started with a big focus on mitigation. And there is an interesting finding, Alice, from the IPCC report, that today we have enough mitigation ways to do mitigation in energy, industrial processes, agriculture, land use, waste, you name the sectors. So you have enough means or options to be implemented that in 2030 it would be, half the emissions of 2019. So you're talking about implementation. It's not because, these options are not there. The options are there, but, it's difficult to be implemented. And in particular in developing countries. Developing countries, normally, if we speak, they are highly vulnerable, exposed, strongly impacted by climate change, but on top of these, you have poverty, you have inequalities, you have, high density in the cities, not ordered, disorganized, land use changes, in particular deforestation. It's different from developed countries where you have energy as the main source of emissions. In developing countries, you have in agriculture and land use, in particular deforestation, your main sources of greenhouse gas emissions. So many of the developing countries have their natural resources, based on the natural resources to produce their commodities. So we have a number of issues that make it very hard for developing countries to implement mitigation options. And now, on top of that difficulty, you now have to really act very strongly on adaptation. There was a time, when I was a negotiator for Brazil, that we shouldn't talk about adaptation. Don't talk about adaptation. And why? Because talking about adaptation would mean that we are already anticipating that we would not be doing enough to limit climate change. So see how much it changed. So now, if we don't talk about adaptation, we are dead. But the way I like to see this, and I express this, very strongly, I don't think that we should fragment things. I don't think that mitigation, adaptation should be treated separately from sustainable development, from just transition, from equity. All these things that have been slowly being brought into the IPCC reports because we brought more social scientists into the picture, as authors. As well, before it was more physical scientists, you bring physicists, you bring meteorologists, climatologists, you bring people that understand what is happening. But we didn't bring too many of the social scientists that now are talking the language that we see on everyday equity, gender concerns, just transition, which is very hard. So IPCC came with this concept of climate resilient development, and it has almost a full chapter on climate resilient, development that brings together exactly the integration of adaptation, mitigation. You do not separate. You can have co-benefits from adaptation to mitigation and vice versa. And talking also about the sustainable development goals and about the objectives of the ODS, which are understood when you implement them as being enhancing the adaptive capacity when you implement the ODSs. So they all talk to each other. So now I'm seeing a world that although, and as I said, I am carbocentric, now I think that I have opened my mind to be much broader and think much more holistically than just looking at the tons of CO2. And that's not easy, but it has to be done. So in this sense, Alicia, I see that science has been, important in all aspects. And the interesting point of the IPCC is that it uses a calibration language based on how much evidence we have for the conclusions and how much agreement we have among the pieces of literature that authors assess. Because IPCC per se, it doesn't do research. The role of the IPCC is to assess, through the authors, transparently the full literature production, be it, the scientific, technological, socio-economic elements throughout the world. So you have thousands of publications. And when it comes to that, Alicia, I do feel that there is a big gap of scientific production between the North and between the South. A big, big gap. So if you exclude, India, China, Brazil, these are the usual, countries that produce a lot of, scientific papers. But overall, if you look for the entire developing world, you see how much we have this scientific gap in terms of production. And this is why I do think that philanthropy goes also, for research, how to fund research in these developing countries that do not have data. And it's very sometimes strange, and they see it this way, to have the global north producing literature for their own countries without them knowing, without having access to the data that have been used many times, right? So, and this is why South-South cooperation is becoming absolutely a must, so that we can help each other, support each other, but alone we cannot do it. So I see the full need of cooperation, of partnerships that we used to say in the IPCC, public-private partnerships, but now we need to bring another P into this discussion, which is that, philanthropy has to be part of these partnerships to support, which we have not been saying. So if we look at the face of philanthropy, we don't see it in climate change coming visibly. So it's interesting that IPCC came up with two new chapters. One chapter on finance and investments, full chapter on this, and another chapter on international cooperation. Which is interesting because you are devoting in the mitigation report 2 specific chapters for issues that now became key. One in terms of where is the money coming from, and not only for mitigation, as our previous speaker have said, more than 90% it goes for mitigation, and it goes for a good reason maybe, because you have good metrics to see what is the outcome of mitigation activities or measures. You know how much you reduce in terms of emissions if you implement or if you reduce deforestation while we are in Brazil, or degradation, more or less, or with a certain degree of certainty, how much you achieve through mitigation. Adaptation is much more complex because you don't have the metrics to say, have they been effective? And that's the big issue that we have for adaptation. It's completely different. When we look at the nationally, the NDCs, and I like to see and look at them all, it's very interesting to see these nationally determined contributions coming from countries. And they are very clear most of the times on the mitigation actions. And they have indicators to see, how I'm going to achieve this reduction. And they even, go into making an estimate of how much it's going to cost. They include adaptation, but they include adaptation in a way that is completely different. First, they don't know how much it's going to cost. They don't know how they are going to do the indicators to say this has been effective, not effective. And more than that, the difficulty to say, I'm going to adapt to what? That's the big question hanging in the air. So if you have, like in Brazil, you have big coastal areas, right? So some of them are going to be affected by sea level rise. Well, how should we get prepared for that? If we limit the global warming to 1.5, sea level rise is expected to rise for a certain amount. If it's 2 degrees, it's something else. If it's 3, it's much more. So we don't know where we are going. If we take it for now we are not really doing very well. So science in the IPCC said that if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, by 2030, we would have to reduce 43% of the emissions relative to 2019. Okay? So that's the science. I'm just coming to the end. So pulling together all the commitments or the countries have put together by now, the end result is that we are going in the direction of reducing only 2%. We need 43%. And if we put everything together as for now, it is only 2% until 2030. So we are way, way, way behind what science is indicating us as the path, to reach the 1.5. I'm optimistic. I think we're going to get there. But it deserves now us thinking of rapid, ambitious, sustainable emission reductions. And then we need the strong partnerships where philanthropism cannot be out of the solution.
I think, thank you so much, Thelma. I think we all need to be optimistic and realistic at the same time. So that's maybe the challenge of whoever works on climate change. Depending on the day, you are more one thing or the other. But swinging, it's something that is part of the game, right? And I wanted to highlight two things on what you just said, is this concept of climate resilient development. What does it take to do that? What is needed in terms of financial instruments, of public policies, or private sector investments to make that happen? I think that's a very important question for us to ask as we analyze the results of this G20 and also the next one and the COPs and so on. What is needed? Because the more we go far away from this goal, I think the more we are losing the sight of what it needs to happen. And that, it's also about political will, right? Because we need political will to use science for policies. And do we have that? What is the role of philanthropy to actually support that? What is the role of civil society in pressuring, supporting, using all the bundle of different tools to make that happen? So with that, I wanted to invite Enrique to talk more about the C20 process and what's your take and expectations, one, on the G20 presidency this year, and how can philanthropy help?
Thank you, Alice. Do you mind if I speak in Portuguese? I see that you have your devices. And
please go ahead.
We keep saying that G20 is not a Brazilian process, but a process that is passing through Brazil, and it's very important to speak in English and have some interest dialogues with our friends from other countries. But listening to the voices from the South also implicates that sometimes you have to listen to our poetic language, which is Portuguese. So. Então, o
So, C20, I'm going to try to speak slowly to help the translation. C20 is one of the 13 engagement groups this year. In G20, in addition to C20, we have other groups like F20, the interreligious, that are not official groups, but they have been very present in the production of recommendations. And C20 tries to work with an alliance to all these different perspectives. So I would like to thank ICS, the F20 and the others, because this year, one thing new from the Civil 20 is the incorporation in a specific thematic group that was unique in the 11 years of history of C20, which is official since 2013. This year, under the presidency of Brazil, we have the new thematic on C20 about philanthropy to sustainable development, which reinforces the engagement of the association in Brazil with the debates that historically we have been doing in C20, and they have been happening because their agenda is reflected in the C20 from the origin. So when we talk about right to health, education, water, the rights of children, climate change, energy transition, sustainable communities, we are talking with an agenda where philanthropy is diversely present. So philanthropy has always been engaged with us, and this year also with a thematic group to think on issues like economic infrastructure that are important to navigate within philanthropy and to strengthen global civil society in terms of action to reduce inequalities. C20 started in 2013 on the G20 Russia round, and it's a self-organized group and managed based on principles of human rights, proposals for action. This is something very important among the recommendations of F20. We also see the same alignment and the same guidelines that to fall over the engagements of world leaders, either in G20, G7, in COP, or in any other room for international negotiation. We must have a language geared to concrete proposals and action. And this is what we have been doing in C20. What do we expect from the Brazilian presidency this year? What are we expecting from a G20 in general terms, not only with the Brazilian presidency, but it's an expectation of an engagement group that is being developed, and with a continuity of the presidency for South Africa next year, we will try to reinforce these expectations of civil society. One first expectation, and this links very much with the topic of climate change and climate emergency that we see worldwide, is that we need a significant change in the language of the commitments that the world leaders engage in. Nobody disagrees that it's important to fight hunger and eliminate hunger, but this kind of commitment in a very generic scale provides very little in terms of transformation actions. So this language has to change to a more concrete, more encompassing language. Perhaps one of the biggest messages of civil society throughout these years is that we be using a lot of science, but we don't have more time. And the time of diplomacy and global leaders, it's a very broad time. Our time is very short. The time of affected communities by climate emergency is yesterday. And many times diplomatic negotiations take too long to discuss if the best terminology is phase out or transition only. And what are the concrete changes that we are going to have with this language? We don't know. So the main message of expectation of C20 is that we live a time of urgency. We cannot wait another 20 years to introduce concrete solutions with circumstances that are very present in communities, not only in Brazil and Global South, but they also impact on the countries of the Global North. A second point, Alice, is that this emergency is no longer a situation demanding investments or resources transfer in the scale of millions or billions of dollars. We have to go to trillions of dollars. And the solutions, therefore, not that we have been developing in the international arena of voluntary funds that are not few, the Green Climate Fund, Fund of Adaptation, Funds of Damages and Losses, that are essential and very important, but they are not enough. First, because voluntary transfers are still very reduced, considering the needs of trillions of dollars that now we understand we have. Secondly, because if on side we are developing a solution of transfer of funds via international funds and domestically as well, on the other side we have a circumstance of super indebtedness of the countries of the global south that smothers their possibility of climate action, just like investments in social rights and fighting inequalities in general. Therefore, the debts of the countries have a scale that voluntary transfer funds will never meet. So also, it makes me feel very happy to see that F20 is also analyzing the economic situation of the countries as an important dimension. And this is also present in their proposal for this year. Economic situation, a tax regime is an essential point to think on a more effective climate transition. Otherwise, the countries won't be able to release their own investments in their own territories, either for mitigation or adaptation. And I agree with Professor Telma that these agendas that many times are seen separately, fragmented in the territories when the problems happen, when catastrophes take place, the territories intersectionalize everything. So in the territories, at the same time, when you have an extreme climate event, we see what is the consequence of racism, of economic inequality, of not having mitigation actions implemented or actions of adaptation happening simultaneously. And perhaps in the worst moment, when catastrophes, climate catastrophes, take place, we see that the systems are not integrated. And when public policies fragment them, and when financing also fragment these actions, we are providing old answers to new problems, current problems with which our communities and countries are experiencing. So it's very important to C20 to talk about indebtedness, the indebtedness of the countries and the super indebtedness of the communities developed with relationships that go back to the colony of Global South, that repeat those racism problems in their communities. And I understand that racial debate is not the same in Brazil as it is in other countries.
De alguma maneira, a origem colonial nos conecta, né? As relações coloniais e de exploração nos conectam a todos, sejam os
exploration put us all together, either those that were explored or those that historically benefited from this process. So there is a great expectation as well of civil society and G20, so that communities are more heard in this process of internationalization of solutions, not only in G20, but also in climate COP, COP of biodiversities as well. We mentioned a lot of solutions that are produced by communities here in Brazil, indigenous people, maroon people, traditional people, and it is important to make sure that these solutions are not only recognized, but that can also influence public policies. But the first point is, are these communities heard? Are they considered? Do they have a place at the decision-making rounds? We who represent organizations of civil society, we cannot go to these rounds. The communities, not even them. So this is a big challenge, and perhaps Brazil can place this point and introduce them to global leaders. Another expectation that we have, and here the debate historically about race in Brazil is very important, considering that the next presidency of G20 is going to South Africa and then US, is how can we then evidence more, but also that the structures of inequalities be including not only economic factors, but also historically other power issues that cut across our constitution as culture and society, as a society that has a colonial past and that produces until today standards from the slavery process in Latin America and Africa and other countries in the global South. So I believe that Brazil can contribute a lot when making all these other inequality conditions more explicit, making sure that G20 will recognize them and be able to work with it. Because talking about inequality meant mentioning only economic aspect without considering the situation of women, girls, the people with disabilities, people that are LGBT in several countries, or those population suffering of racism will always be an inefficient and not enough solution. We hope Brazil will be able to bring this complexity of the phenomenon of poverty and hunger and other points. And last but not least, considering other topics as energetic transitions, our colleagues from the government or governmental institutions here in Brazil have mentioned a lot that Brazil has a comparative advantage concerning other countries for the fact of our energy matrix being more diverse, and that Brazil could be the leader of the process of decarbonization in other countries. This is true. I believe that we have a lot still to do concerning our domestic policies of decarbonization and of becoming more independent of fossil matrices here too. Although our energy matrix is diverse, this does not mean that we are not a country that does not explore country, because we do. This has been a banner of the civil society with this the investment in fossil fuels. It was very healthy in COP28 last year, the commitment of increasing investments in renewable energies. But the increase of such point is not enough if it's not comes together with the investment in fossil fuels. And this is a point that has been stopped in international negotiations, and we need to move further on this point. Perhaps Brazil cannot move further on G20 or COP30 on this debate because we are also closed in a very much carbonized economy. But we need to put pressure to enlarge these limits, and so that Brazil gets more committed and be able to influence other countries. But I don't believe that Brazil's contribution will be a comparative advantage, because international relationships cannot be placed in an aspect of competition, but of solidarity. So perhaps the greatest contribution of Brazil, a country that historically in diplomacy has always placed itself as neutral concerning armed conflicts worldwide, is to say that the changes that we need will not be achieved in a world that is investing more in war, investing more in the military industry, and that in addition to breaching human rights is one of the industrial sectors that more contributes to climate change, that destroy ecosystems, and that makes community unable to think in better solutions. We cannot fight inequalities, whatever they are, in a world with war, and in a world that is unable to be peaceful solutions. And this is something Brazil can contribute with because of its position historically in international diplomacy. So we also expect a strong message of commitment of global leaders with peace, which is a generic commitment, but we have very specific proposals of the investment in the military industry, and that these resources should be transferred to climate change and to face inequality in their countries. There are many expectations, ambitious expectations, but we are in a situation of emergency. We cannot wait anymore, as I mentioned.
Excelente, Henrique. Acho que depois dessa é difícil até sintetizar, mas queria reforçar que o tema da
I think it's even difficult to synthesize, but the topic of intersectionality is very present in the field of philanthropism, and there are many efforts. So let's talk to people about what's been done, but this is no longer a question of what, but how. But we cannot disconnect the topic of finance without talking about this. This is why in the next panel, we're going to talk about finance. And therefore, we close the first panel. Thank you very much for your time. So I'm going to invite Catherine Harvey to follow on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this amazing panel. Without further ado, we are jumping right into the sustainable finance content block. And with this, I would like to invite our moderator for this session to the stage. Please welcome Juliana Tinoco, the Executive Coordinator of the Alianza Socioambiental Fondos del Sur. Juliana has over 15 years of experience in strengthening narratives and fostering collaboration between the environmental and climate agendas. And she will help us through the day today for the sustainable conversations. So over to you, Juliana. It's yours.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to see familiar faces and even happier to see non-familiar faces as we expand the debate. So as Catherine mentioned, my name is Juliana. I am currently the Executive Coordinator of Alianza Socioambiental Fondos del Sur, or the Social Environmental Funds of the Global South. We are an alliance, an innovative and pioneer collaboration between local and regional funds across the Global South, all continents of the Global South, that help channel philanthropic money to community-based organizations working at the forefront of environmental protection. And this is I think one of the key areas of discussions for today blog. But my role in the moment is to help steer a bit the conversations that we're going to have in this initial session. So very happy to be partnering with F20 in this mission. The overall goal of this sustainable finance block of conversation is to evaluate the status of the sustainable finance conversation globally and identify concrete solutions. So only that. So hoping this will actually bring, we have amazing people to be speaking in, and it's more about a conversation. So what we're trying to do in this next sessions will have and count with the audience to also bring about reflections. This initial session proposes a deep dive conversation between two guest speakers willing to explore how sustainable finance can actually work in favor of a green and a just transition. So I'm very, very happy to introduce, I'll first start introducing Maria Neto. She is the Executive Director of Instituto for Climate and Society, ICS. So Maria Neto came from... Maria Neto came from the Inter-American Development Bank, where she acted as the main specialist, both at the ADB and at the New Development Bank, where she was head of the Financial Institution Division. She worked on the development of innovative financing programs and strategies with local financial institutions and capital markets to promote private sector investment in low carbon and resilient projects. Previously, Maria worked at the United Nations Development Program, where she was responsible for overseeing global projects to help countries assess investment and financial flows and policy options for integrating green business into different sectors' economic activities. Also served for more than 10 years at the UNFCCC. It's an impressive and long curriculum where, among others, was responsible for leading institutional work on bilateral and multilateral financial cooperation and for evaluating and monitoring investments and financial flows to address climate change and the development of carbon market mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol. Thank you, Maria. And I'm also introducing virtually Dr. Josh Ryan Collins. Dr. Josh is an associate professor in economics and finance at University College London, UCL. His research focuses on microeconomic policy, sustainable finance, and economics of land and housing. Josh has worked closely with central banks and financial supervisors in supporting environmental sustainability goals, including advising the Network for Greening the Financial System. He has developed the concept of precautionary financial policy as a new framework to support financial policy makers in dealing with the uncertainty posed by climate change and environmental transition. His work in this field was featured in international peer-reviewed journals, including Ecological Economics, Nature, Climate Change, and Climate Policy. Welcome, Josh. Can you hear us well?
Yeah, can I hear you well? Can you hear me?
Take a seat. A little closer to Maria. If you help us get a bit cozier. So the idea is for this to be a conversation between you two, but I would like to make a provocation to get you both started. So as we know, the projected expense for transitioning economies to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030 is estimated to be at least 4.3 trillion annually, with a minimum of $1 trillion earmarked for emerging economies. And considering that emerging nations have been receiving less than a quarter of this required investment, and additionally that the finance gap for adaptation ranged from $200 billion to more than $350 billion, according to UNEP, which I understand it's more likely to be underestimated value by now. My provocation to you both, and what I would love you both to reflect together, how can we address the significant financial shortfalls and ensure adequate funding to achieve both climate goals and tackle inequalities? So where is the money, and how can we ensure it arrives where it needs to arrive without exacerbating inequalities? And secondly, what would be the most significant policy measure that should be deployed to improve low and middle income countries' capacity to attract investment? So maybe start with Maria.
Okay, it's just a simple question.
Very simple ones, yeah.
Maybe linking also up to the G20, since here is also around the conversation. A lot of the conversation on the G20, I think, is going on that direction. And I think there are two trends that are very important to consider. One is, and also taking from the previous conversation we just had at the opening, the increasing recognition that climate and development are not separated things, but they are one together. And relating to that, when we talk about leveraging investments for climate change, beyond leveraging is also about the shifting. And it's not only about the international and concessional. Of course, there is a conversation about North and South and compensation, but we really need to look at that as a new way to look at our economy as a whole. So what we see in the conversations on G20 is that we are actually thinking about how to capacitate countries and how to have policies that can leverage domestic and international, public and private, and what is the best use of public finance as compared to private sector finance. And the complexity goes further on also what is the capacity we need to consider when you're looking at different contexts. I was a month ago in an event that I was happily moderating, an event with actually vulnerable countries only at a table in the World Bank with Banga, the president of the World Bank. And obviously the situation of countries like Malawi, Vanuatu, or Bangladesh are of extreme vulnerability, not only from the climate point of view, but also about poverty and the level of development. And the way they will mobilize resources, or how they coordinate and access to resources, is as challenging as, as it is for Brazil, but it's completely different in terms of how they should be enabled as it is for Brazil or other emerging markets. I want to say that in our emerging markets, we really need to look more also on how we are committing our domestic resources and shifting. And probably with Vanuatu, we really need more solidarity as well. So when coming about the trillions, I think there is a recognition over the last years on the financial systems. There was a lot of regulation and discussions about standardizing climate and investment finance. But then, yourselves, we were here kind of talking about the F20 recommendations. What is the access to finance as well? So I think one big thing from the G20, and I'll let, because it's a conversation we can elaborate further, is really this opportunity for us to discuss more sophisticatedly what's the difference of countries as well and the different strategies they have to have, okay? there is no magic wand to say there will be a trillion here. It is about working differently according to different situations. I think the G20 will come, if all goes well, with some important recommendations about how, for example, multilateral development banks, international climate funds could collaborate better, and how they could cooperate better, and how access to them could be facilitated. But again, the issue of climate investment is much broader than that. If we really want to talk about the trillions, we need to talk about us also domestically. What is needed here to shift the investments, okay? And this issue of access, also, again, there is a conversation more broadly on how countries can access climate finance. And again, I think Vanuatu may have more issues and capacity for accessing finance, but also nationally, at the local level, we have to think about how we are also looking at solidarity towards those who are poorest. No? So the G20, again, is bringing a conversation on reforms of an international financial architecture that may provide better understanding of how MDBs will work. I think there will be a lot of good recommendations on improving the international climate funds, but this discussion then on how we coordinate and how this is going to be triggered down to each of the countries is a conversation civil society needs to have as well as a follow-up. And so there is an interesting conversation popping up now in the G20, which is about the country platforms, or a way to have better ways to coordinate precisely nationally the access to these different finances. And I think that's an area where we need to think about when we are talking about access. Again, it's not just access to international resources, it's actually enabling access to finance and ensuring that finance is well distributed and that we can coordinate better these funds, public and private, thinking better on where each one of those funds have a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Josh, can you hear us well?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yes, agree with much of what Maria said. I'm an academic and come at these things from a critical perspective, I guess. And my work has been quite critical of the current consensus, I suppose, in the policy world around sustainable finance. And I think the challenge we have to some extent is a lack of ambition on the part of the public sector and the state more generally in terms of what the state is capable of. Now, I say that with complete acceptance of Maria's qualification that different states at different levels of development have very different levels of capacity and fiscal space and financial maturity. Nevertheless, I think there is a challenge with the current approach, which essentially is one of a market-led green transition. So if you look at the discussions in the economics field, in terms of the economics profession, the emphasis is very much on the role of the state being limited to de-risking investments by the private sector, correcting for externalities or correcting prices so that the transition can be smoothed by the market. So if you look at what central banks are doing, for example, the agenda is very much around developing scenarios around the future that enable the private sector to better recognize the financial risks that they face, or stress testing, green climate stress testing. And if you look at the policy framework emerging from industrial policy and ministries of finance, there's a lot of emphasis on, as I said, de-risking, carbon tax. and other policies to support private investment, there's much less emphasis on the potential of the state to lead the transition itself, to shape markets rather than just fixing markets, and to establish green missions that would create coordination across both different spheres of policy. I'm talking about industrial policy, fiscal policy, monetary policy, financial regulation, and of course, environmental policy. And also crowd in the private sector rather than worrying too much about crowding it out, crowding it in to the direction we want to go. Now, I say all of this as well because the kind of market-led regime that we've had over the last arguably 20 to 30 years clearly hasn't worked. We haven't got the levels of finance we need, as you made the point you made at the beginning of the conversation. And that, for me, is partially because there isn't sufficient incentives for the private sector to invest at the moment. There's too much uncertainty about potential future profits, whether it's green energy or whether it's carbon offsets or biodiversity offsets. These projects, the returns on them are just not high enough for the private sector to sort of do it. And that's why there must be a bigger role for the public sector, for multilateral development banks, for state investment banks, and for central banks and ministries of finance to work together with industrial policy to push forward the transition at a much faster rate than we've seen so far. Now, in developing countries and emerging markets, I think there's more space to do this actually than there is in the global north, where we have a very strong tradition of independent central banks focused on price stability and ministries of finance with tough fiscal rules limiting their space. Of course, the global south faces international restrictions on its fiscal space, very challenging levels of debt, sovereign debt at the moment, the problem of imported inflation as currencies depreciate, and the solution to that, the best solutions to that problem, I think, are policies such as green special drawing rights, i.e. providing dollars to emerging markets and developing countries in return for a clear action on decarbonization, or similarly, to some extent, debt for nature swaps, where debt can be written off again in return for the preservation of conservation of ecosystems, which are vital to the whole world's functioning. Now, I'm not an expert on these types of initiatives, but what both of them do is provide fiscal space for emerging and developing countries to invest and to move towards a sort of global just transition. And I think we need to see much faster action in this space than we've seen so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. I'm curious to hear, Maria, about how does that land when we look at the role of philanthropy? I think how do we actually bridge this line of thinking with your work?
Okay, maybe just picking up on what he said and then following up on the philanthropy. I think it's important really to think about the role of public and private. And sometimes people think, again, that scaling up private is a magic one. Fully agree that the first thing you really need is good policy. And clearly, if you have carbon pricing, if you have clear policy also of what is expected from the economy, is the best way to give signals. At the same time, I think one interesting conversation happening on the G20 about the multilateral development banks being bigger, bolder, and we'll talk more about the bolder, and the more effective, is important, the bolder part as well, to think about what can we do further. And I think a big conversation we're having today and recognition is the way the financial system was done and the way we look at risks and the way you invest has been looking at historical data. We have not integrated fully in the analysis of financial analysis, the valuation, what are the climatic risks and impacts in terms of scenarios in the future, nor have we been looking at the transition risks in a very true way on where I'm gaining or losing money if I go more on my, for example, if I'm a bank, if I'm investing more on fossil fuels or not. But particularly on the risks and climatic risks, when we talk about the poorer countries and their debts, for example, we're talking about countries, coming back to the conversation I had with these smaller countries, that say, I cannot develop because of the cost of climate. And even if I have a debt swap for climate, I still have a problem with every year I'll have the same costs or more costs increasing added to my fiscal vulnerability. So that's why I was saying that climate and development are becoming more and more linked. And what we are really talking about here is a completely different way to look at how we were looking at data that's not anymore historical. We will need to look at the future scenarios. And then a lot of the conversations that are happening at the sides of the G20, but that are being taken very seriously, and I think will have an important continuation in Africa, in South Africa, is the conversation on rating agencies, for example, are they appropriated to our situation today? And when talking about public and private, coming to that, probably in certain situations, public is crucial, not only with policy, but also with finance. So when we talk about this fiscal situation of poorer countries, or when we talk about actually 50% of the climatic disasters globally not being insurable, and I saw Mia Motley saying that very strongly in Washington, we need to have probably now a new global public insurance or a system to cover for these costs that are coming. So we may need to differentiate when we are talking about maybe some areas where not even private sector will be able to cover because they are extreme situations and where public resources are needed, and where public resources can be the de-risking and the policies and so on are important. But probably today, this is not anymore enough. So we really need to rethink also how these costs of climate and so on are there. In terms of the role of philanthropy, I think philanthropy has very different ways to operate on that because philanthropy is very different, right? So I had a conversation the other day, people were talking, what about philanthropy in Brazil? Why this is not operating at the same scale as US? Because even the way we define philanthropy in Brazil is not the same as it is in the US. So obviously there are different ways to work on that. I think there is philanthropies that could, yes, be able to pilot some of those instruments and support some of those bolder action that multilaterals and funds should do and blend resources for demonstrating some of the opportunities we have. For example, in the case of Brazil, huge opportunity on nature-based solutions. But philanthropy is also very important in terms of creating the basis in terms of capacity building, knowledge, the policy development we were talking about here, the signals on how you shift these resources, how we can convene this discussion, because again, it's not anymore just about public or private. There is a need for coordination. So I think there are so many ways philanthropies can play a role. And when we talk again, I was talking at the very beginning about the access as well. We normally are talking about access just thinking about the Global Climate Fund, but the access is much more than that, right? So the access is, again, if we have adaptation for Rio Grande do Sul, for example, now because we had this huge situation and we have to reconstruct, how we'll make sure that the finance for the reconstruction first and foremost consider the Minha Casa Minha Vida, the housing structure for the poor people there, that the priorities are first considered not just with the large infrastructures of the cities, but also of the most vulnerable. And I think philanthropists can also play an important role with regards to that. Thank you.
Josh, it would be great to also hear your thoughts on the role of philanthropy, given what you mentioned, and on anything else that Maria mentioned.
Sure. Yeah. So I think philanthropy is playing a really important role increasingly in funding research and funding action into how we do this green transition. And I should provide a disclaimer that my own research has received, mainly been funded by philanthropy. So a big thank you to all of those who might be in the audience who've supported my work. And I suppose related to that, again, my concern a little bit is there's a huge amount of attention on how to unlock financial flows for the green transition, scale up the green transition, and bring in the private sector, and much less attention on actually how do we stop the dirty financing, the financial flows that are contributing, that are, for example, funding big agri-commodity companies operating in the Amazon rainforest, deforesting the rainforest, contributing to the dieback of the Amazon, which is one of the most important ecosystems in the world, not just for Brazil, but for the entire planet, given it absorbs huge amounts of carbon emissions every year. And if it was to tip into savanna, it would make our ability to hit our 1.5 degree by 2050 warming limits completely impossible to achieve. So that's actually what I'm working on at the moment at UCL. We're at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. We're working on a project that maps the financial flows that are most closely supporting the most damaging activities to two of the world's most important ecosystems, the Brazilian rainforest and the tropical peatlands in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia in particular, which again is a huge carbon sink as well as a source of incredibly important biodiversity. Because somewhat surprisingly, nobody else has thought it would be important to look at the financing that's contributing to these what we call ecosystem tipping points, which once we go over them, the problem is they're irreversible, and the impacts will be catastrophic. The Amazon, for example, if it was to experience a dieback, would lead to a collapse in Brazil's hydropower capacity, collapse in the energy system for the whole of South America, amongst other terrifying impacts. And there's no way of replacing these ecosystems. So once they've gone, they've gone. That's it. We've lost them forever. This is not a situation where you just replace one type of dirty energy, fossil fuels, with a clean type of energy, wind and solar. This is a irreplaceable ecosystem. And economic models actually are not very good at dealing with systems where you can't substitute one kind of commodity with another. So we really have to sort of rethink how we think about these problems. And Maria was quite right when she talked about our current models being backward-looking. So thinking about risk in a backward-looking sense, looking at the probabilities of a flood or a drought in the past. They're no guide to future risks because the ecosystem changes and the environmental changes that are occurring have never happened to us before. There's never been a planet as warm as this before, and there's never been this level of destruction to our ecosystems. So for me, I would like to see philanthropies investing in what I've described as precautionary macroeconomic and financial policy. So this is policy that focuses all effort on stopping the occurrence of these environmental tipping points, whether they're related to the climate, the melting of the polar ice caps or related to ecosystems, as I've described. At the moment, I think there's much more emphasis on scaling up green investment. And of course, we need to do both. But if we don't have enough emphasis on stopping the bad stuff, it will be too late to scale up the green finance. And it's not simply the case, I don't think, that if we get enough financial flows going into green, the market will suddenly shift from dirty to green. There's no evidence of that happening so far, despite 25 years of policies trying to move in that direction. There's still just too much money to be made in, for example, investing in fossil fuels. I mean, the unit cost of solar and wind has now fallen below fossil fuels, coal and gas and oil in many countries. But the profits that you can realize on investing in fossil fuels is still much, much higher. So we're talking, 10, 11% return on equity compared to 5-6% for renewable energy. So, and of course, investing in biodiversity preservation, the returns are even more vague and abstract. So again, this is, for me, is a call for much more investment in building state capacity, giving ambition to states to enact regulations and rules that simply stops damaging economic activity and stops damaging financial flows that's supporting that sort of economic activity. Thanks.
I know we are just about in time, but it would be great, like 1 minute final consideration, considering you, Maria, has been following closely the G20 process now. And the G20, as we understand now, is all about synthesizing recommendation to the maximum synthesis of what would be the key message. So what would be your synthesis recommendation for this process?
I think we have now in July a couple of recommendations coming. The overall conversation in the G20 is spread around a lot of topics. But I think the key for us is precisely to come up with this clear understanding on climate and development linkage, the importance and the opportunity that G20 gives to rethink about the relevance of climate for the financial systems, because at the end, financial systems is just what we have here in the real economy. It's not something there. And if we start understanding that better, for me, the most important for the G20 is two things. One is a legacy for Brazil, for us in Brazil to start understanding better why this whole conversation is so relevant for us. Because this is really about how our economy is going to change, is how business is going to shift, is how we become more, we can ensure that policies are better taken. But on the continuation as well is, even if the next one is not in Brazil, Brazil is part of it. It's important to keep involved in the South African conversation, particularly as it relates to this overall solidarity and this important conversation about, in my view, some situations that are becoming quite extreme and needing these huge and bolder views on what we are going to do with situations that may come to a dramatic action needed, and how we can start talking about this border on the finance becoming more actionable. And this means really a serious conversation about a lot of things, like how you include climate risks in your scenarios of valuation, how you make any investor responsible for that, how you create also more accountability from the rating agencies to value the entities that are doing it well. And it is a lot of different ways to look at that and the vulnerability, and that may be a debt of a country to, as I mentioned, the people who are in a poor area that don't have housing. And so we really need to think about the continuation of this agenda, how we can make more and more this link between climate and the real economy tighter, and continue participating there. But my dream is that here in Brazil, we create a better capacity also to understand this global dialogue and why this is so relevant for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. So I'll remain here because I'm going to present straight away the next session. So the proposal for this next session is that our three panelists are invited to the stage to bring real-life examples from their work experience and how to approach finance for sustainability. So it's a case study presentation. And the order I'm going to call is first Graciela, then I'm going to have Samir, and then Marcelo, and I'll introduce them as we go along. So happy to introduce Graciela, which is the Executive Director of the Comoa Network. Graciela Hopstein is Comoa Network's Executive Director since 2017. She holds a Master in Education from UFI, Federal University here in Fluminense, and a PhD in Social Policy from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. She's a consultant, teacher, and researcher in the social area, author of articles and books on themes linked to public policy, social movements, and philanthropy. Welcome, Grazie. All yours. And she will be speaking in Portuguese, in case anyone needs.
Oi, bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to introduce here an initiative of the network Comum A that I'm being heading since 2017. We call it Network Comum A for the Climate. So for you to understand a little bit the work developed, I'm going to briefly introduce what the network is and what is that we are doing with the funds that we get, and how this work is being structured and how we are making it visible somehow. Because the members of the network actually are already or have been already supporting climate for a long time, because they have been working, supporting civil society in the area of social justice and community development, human rights. So our network gathered together 18 organizations that donate to civil society in the areas that I mentioned, and also they form part of what we call the independent philanthropy. They are thematic territorial community funds, community foundations.
Estão presentes em diversos estados e diversos lugares do Brasil que mobilizam recursos de fontes diversificadas.
Sources from diversified sources to donate to civil society. So what is important in this donation is that it is a very important concept, that what we are trying here is to strengthen civil society in everything connected to rights, and somehow strengthen democracy by strengthening these rights. So this is what we do in our line of work, and we have been doing this for 12 years. And our network has been created because we are a political agent in the ecosystem of philanthropy. We work locally in Brazil, regionally in Latin America, and globally with different alliances and different debates and rooms for dialogues. But what we are interested in is to show a different way of doing philanthropy. The philanthropy that our organizations develop is one that we call a community philanthropy. It's a community made for the communities, with the communities. That is what we support, is what we already have, what the communities have already developed as an answer to the different problems that they face. So we are not inventing anything, just supporting what already exists. So this work on thinking how we can support the foundations and the communities and everything linked to human rights in a general way. The human rights agenda is an important key to understand that our members are already present in this issue of climate justice, and they have been doing this for quite a while. So actually, what we have as something important is that the funds that are involved in the network, they actually have a big capacity for dialogue, articulation, and of providing answers to the communities. So this work is this. There is a permanent dialogue, a permanent construction with the involvement of the communities, and a very fast answer, not only for emergencies, but because of the demands. Of course, during emergencies, it was mentioned a lot, Rio Grande do Sul, the organizations, they provided fast answers with the creation of emergency funds like Brazil Foundation, like Fund Sociocasamento, like the Fundo Positivo. All these funds were created, structures were created so that somehow we could make donations feasible for civil society in Rio Grande do Sul. So one of the important points when we are talking about this initiative is especially to be able to provide visibility to what we are doing. So we are not inventing anything, but we need to provide visibility and understand that there is infrastructure in Brazil, a philanthropic infrastructure in Brazil able to distribute and capitalize and democratize access to philanthropic resources to civil society. We are talking here on the panel of finances. So here we are introducing a solution that has to do with a point that Henrique mentioned, that is, what is the participation and the level of involvement of the communities. Of course, the communities, they don't have so much access. Also, the funds of the networks have provided many efforts to take leaderships to COPs and to international spaces, but especially important is to be able to provide answers to these local solutions of financing.
Because in fact, we start with the idea that it is the communities, the political minorities, or the traditional and indigenous populations, the most affected by climate change are at the same time the ones that may come up with the solutions. And this is also an important point. We cannot just look at the dark side. So look at these communities as victims, but also as capable of coming up with solutions for their problems. So there's this infrastructure in Brazil. The local climate solutions are being funded by the organizations that are part of the Comua organization. They're not the only ones. We did a mapping 2 years ago, and we detected 31 independent philanthropic institutions. So we know that the Comua network is a player, but there are others. So to show the reach of our work, we did this mapping, we did this survey. It's not just the map that we drew up 2 years ago, but to understand how the network funds are working in terms of support financially the climate change with local solutions. So we mapped the funds. This was the first map. So we have around 100 local finance solutions that have been developed. So we have a database of very interesting solutions that we'll make available so that the Brazilian philanthropy population believes that there is a concrete way to fund climate-related activities. All funds are very active, and it's important to talk about intersectionality. When we talk about the organizations and the network, intersection is absolutely important, but because we deal with women, but these are Black, Indigenous women. So the intersectionality that happens in this land are somehow addressed. But within the organizations of that network, we would point out conservation of biodiversity, adaptation and resilience of community, defending of the rights of indigenous populations. So this data reinforces the activities of the network. All funds, all of these solutions, climate solutions that are being funded by the network are present in all Brazilian biomes, but with a specific highlight in the tropical forest. The major cities are in the Atlantic tropical forest on the coast and also in the Amazon, but they are present all over Brazil, which shows that they are really, they have this capillarity. And it's interesting to notice that these local solutions also lead to the development of initiatives, production of knowledge, capacity building, but between 60 and 70% of the activity of the funds has to do with support, with on-lending to the communities at hand. So this reinforces that the network is capable, the organizations are capable of distributing these funds in terms of capillarity, in terms of public. 87% of these organizations that are supported have Black women as their target audience and LGBTQ+, and 85% of the organizations support youth, 62% support LGBTQ+, indigenous people, family, agriculture, and always with this intersectional approach. In terms of volume of funds, it's very significant. Between 22 and 23, the budget geared at climate justice and to fund local climate solutions grew by 70%. And in terms of figures, between 22 and 23, 300 million reals were allocated to these communities that were hit by climate change. But these are communities that have the solutions to fight their problems. So there is this mechanism. Brazil, in fact, has a complex and developed philanthropic infrastructure. Independent philanthropy for social justice is a very important factor in this structure, in this funding structure. And in fact, our main challenge is connected to funding, because we have the mechanisms, the funds know how to distribute the funds to indigenous populations in the middle of the Amazon, which is an art, because that's not easy owing to the size of the country and the complexity that involves. In fact, what we actually need is funding. We know the funding exists. We talked about the scarcity of funding, a shortage, but when we're talking about distributing funds to the populations, it grows. Very little funds get to them. And to think about solutions, we need this money to get to these communities. because they know how to sort out their problems. This is key. In fact, we have a very developed Brazilian philanthropy with a very good structure, but it doesn't donate much. And when it does not donate important volumes for human rights and social justice. But internationally, what comes for human rights from the global north to the global south, according to a, a fund by Human Rights Network, shows that only 12% of the funds from the global north comes to the global south. That is, we have a very serious problem. If we want to change this reality, and strengthen this work that the communities do, it's really key to have the funds, and to trust, because this is based on trust. And this is a very important element, to trust the communities, trust that they have the solutions. It's not only the major foundations that put down the money that have solutions. In fact, those who are the protagonists are not the philanthropists, they are the catalysts. But transforming reality is really the communities, the civil society. Philanthropy can contribute with funds, with expertise, with knowledge, but in fact, the solutions come from the communities. And this is an important change, to recognize the potential that civil society has to face its own problems. This is something really important to be included in the debate. But fortunately, we're not alone on this venture. We have a few important partners that are here to contribute. The Aliança del Fondo Sur, Iniciativa PIPA, that has just developed a guide of donors for the outskirts of town, so that the funds actually get to the outskirts of large urban centers. We have other philanthropic groups, the Rede Colaborada from the American Foundation, and we also participate in a number of alliances of the Global South, the Alliance Given for a Change, that gathers 6 African countries and has Brazil and Palestine. And this program tries to foster donations for transformation. So we have to think about transformation rather than reproducing inequalities. And with all of that, we're thinking particularly in 2 products to provide visibility to this initiative, to show that philanthropy is working, so that the money gets to those who need it. We're going to make available a database of local solutions that may be used as inspiration to potential philanthropists interested in helping, and also a technical note with this map, with this survey that we did. And this will be launched in the month of Philanthropy That Transforms, which is another initiative that we have that happens every September. And the idea is to launch September 12th in São Paulo this technical note, precisely showing the initiatives of the network for climate solutions. Thank you very much.
Se quiser ficar, cada toma o palco agora. É momento de spot.
Now, this is a spotlight moment.
Não, até porque nós já estamos apertadíssimos no tempo, já quase levei
No.
aqui. So, I'll invite our next case study presenter, who is Samir Hamra. He's the co-director of knowledge at Latin Impacto. Samir has been supporting companies and entrepreneurs for the past 15 years with a focus on impact investment and social business in 2014. He's currently co-director of knowledge at Latin Impacto, where he has developed, oh, there he is, and delivered courses and tools to investors and philanthropic organizations, allocating resources with an impact lens along the continuum of capital in Latin America. So a completely, I guess, new perspective on this. So please, Samir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to present some of what we've been doing in that space. Let me start by, well, first of all, by setting the timer here so I don't go too much over. Let me start by telling you a bit of what is Latin Impacto and especially some of the work that we've been doing to contribute to more resources being mobilized more efficiently to climate solutions, but to promote positive social and environmental impact in general in Latin America. We are a network of over 200 investors and donors, people and organizations that mobilize resources along the continuum of capital. So from ESG investments to impact investing, venture philanthropy, traditional philanthropy. And what we try to do is to contribute to these organizations mobilizing more resources and doing so more efficiently by providing learning, documenting case studies, and developing different types of trainings and knowledge sharing opportunities by connecting members of this network so that they can invest together and mobilize resources together, and also by promoting collective action among them. And most of what I wanted to share has to do with specifically with recommendation number 3, which was shared earlier today in this screen, which is unlocking access to finance for climate action, right? We hear a lot about the need to mobilize more resources and how these resources can be, I think the focus of what I would like to share is precisely how that can be done. And there are some very practical ways in which we've been promoting the mobilization, especially of philanthropic resources, since that's our audience today, to unlock funding from different parts of this continuum of capital that I mentioned. And I would like to share at least a couple of them with you. If I have time, I'll go a bit into a third one, which I think really speaks to the previous conversation that we had here in this stage. When we're talking about philanthropic resources, unlocking resources from other parts of the continuum of capital, especially private investors, essentially what we're talking about catalytic capital, right? And there are different ways to define that. Often it is associated with blended finance mechanisms, and there's kind of that has become kind of a buzzword. And it is an important way of bringing together philanthropic resources and private capital to generate social and environmental impact. But it's not the only way. There are other ways that are often less complex and cheaper for philanthropic resources to unlock private funding for impact. The essence of the idea is that resources that are more focused on impact can crowd in, as someone said previously, funding from impact investors, from ESG investors, from the traditional financial sector. Two initiatives that we have that go in that direction are a Green Catalytic Fund that we launched last year, actually in this same convention center during our conference. It's a joint initiative with the Inter-American Development Bank and it's focused on decarbonizing supply chains in Latin America. We are going to deploy that through intermediaries to make sure that it reaches the smaller organizations, the entrepreneurs that are currently not able to access funding, and that are a lot more familiar with the different realities of the Pan-Amazon region. Most of that funding is focused on the Amazon region, but not exclusively. So we have one part of those resources that are going to that region, another part that is going to Latin America in general. And as co-funders with us, we have large corporations such as the Bayer Foundation and Coca-Cola. And this is just one example of how philanthropic funding can invest in early stage initiatives that are promoting decarbonization in supply chains and that are that can later be connected to investors that are more focused on having different types of returns expectations. Another initiative that we've been leading is the Pan-Amazon Fellowship, which is short for an investor training in systems change and bioeconomy in the Pan-Amazon context, which already explains why we need a short version of that. And this fellowship brings together funders from across the continuum, from international cooperation to impact investors to philanthropy, and to get to know better the different contexts of the Amazon region and to deploy their resources in ways that are innovative and more connected to the challenges and the opportunities from the region. So we see that there are lots of resources being dedicated to the Amazon recently, and that's great, but often decisions are made by people sitting in São Paulo or in New York or in London who have very little knowledge of the region. We designed a three-stage experiential learning journey for these funders to actually be more connected with the needs of the entrepreneurs from the Amazon. So we're actually just wrapping up the first phase with them, which is a series of online sessions on systems change, on bioeconomy, on the different contexts of the Pan-Amazon region, encompassing the 8 countries that are part of this biome. Next will be an immersive phase, so there will be a field trip to the region, to more remote areas, but also to the urban context in the Amazon. After all, most people who live in the region are actually based in cities, and there are huge urban problems in the region as well. And that is followed by a two-way mentorship between these investors and entrepreneurs from the region, so that they can contribute to the development of these businesses and also learn from them what is their worldview, what are their the opportunities and the challenges that they see. And then the third component is to get these investors to work on innovative financial solutions to the challenges that they identified in the previous phases. And I think that is the critical part, because we're not just talking about bringing content to these investors and training them on how to better interact with these communities. There are a number of organizations that already do that. We're actually asking them to, get their hands dirty with some of these challenges, helping the entrepreneurs address these challenges, and invest in innovative financial solutions designed with a deeper knowledge of what are the local realities and the local challenges. So, and this initiative is funded by the Open Society Foundations, the Amazon Investor Coalition, and Fundo Vale. I think some of you are here today. So it's an innovative initiative for us as well. It's the first time we're working with this model, but we wanted to make sure with these two initiatives that we were investing, that we were contributing to investors experimenting. And as I mentioned previously, there's been a lot of talk about the trillions that we need, and they are undoubtedly needed. But we need to start somewhere. We need to start with the millions. We need investors to take the first step. And the message that I wanted to convey today is that there are a number of ways in which investors can take this first step. Some of them are by engaging directly with some of these innovative financial.
Pode lidar com esses instrumentos financeiros inovadores. Alguns deles podem fazer isso coletivamente, além de outros investidores, mas mais importante para a filantropia.
So that the resources that you deploy can be more effective in actually enabling deployment from resources that are more focused, or at least also have an interest in some sort of financial return. And I'd be happy to continue sharing that with you, and happy to engage in further conversation along the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you. Very sharp on time. So yeah, I'm just gonna call our last case study before we head to lunch. I'm happy to introduce Marcelo Furtado. He's the head of sustainability at Itaúsa, executive director of the Itaúsa Institute, chemical engineer with a master's degree in renewable energy, spent 24 years working for Greenpeace in international positions, and as the executive director in Brazil, where we actually met. He's on board of Nature Finance Today, an international non-governmental organization that works to align global finance, currently chairman of WRI Brazil, and a member of Sustainability Committee at DAXO and also at Marfrig. I'm happy to have you.
He's old, basically, right?
Old, exactly. long journey.
So thank you very much for being here. I'm very happy to be the last thing between you and lunch. And therefore, I have additional pressure to be very sharp and quick. But in addition to thanking X, Avina, and Jiffy, I know Klaus was honored by Alice as the founding member of F20. I wanted to homage the next one, Stefan Schurig, who's the other founder who's here. So you guys are very lucky to have both founders around to discuss with them among these days of how they built this community. I would like to concentrate my remarks more closely on the G20 opportunity we have going on in Brazil and the finance opportunities. I'm in this interesting position because half of me work for an NGO trying to shift the system. The other half of me works in the system, in the financial system, in a holding company that influences the Brazilian economy, not only with its investment, but also with the almost 900,000 Brazilians that actually are shareholders of our company. So it's a very interesting mix of views. And I'll start by saying that the most important thing that I think G20 Brazilian presidency has done is to bring the issue of climate, nature, and people to the G20. And I keep hearing here today, climate, climate, climate. I've been saying that for 30 years now, but I think that we all know we actually work on a tripod. It is about climate, it is about nature, and it's about people. And if you try to do any of these things separately, you already made a mistake. But what is interesting is I think that we have innovative solutions and financial initiatives going on quite well on the climate space, on the nature space, but I wonder if we're doing well on the equity space. And for me, the biggest challenge we have on the economy at large, but on the bioeconomy particularly, is how do we do it equitable? And I don't think we as philanthropy have invested enough on this question, and I don't think we as civil society invested enough in the answer. And I don't want to be provocative or start a fight for lunch, but let's be honest. Are we really working together to solve these issues? And given everything we're seeing in terms of climate change and extreme weather events, shouldn't we be more hard on ourselves to seek those answers? And I've heard our colleague talking about how civil society is united, for example, against fossil fuels. But I remember as an environmentalist, not too many years ago, having difficulties with my colleagues working in other areas because of the royalties of the pre-sal, where because of the royalties of the pre-sal, some civil society said, no, it's okay to go deep drilling for oil far away on the Brazilian coast, when Brazil could have, at that point, taken a view of making renewable energy its paramount. But now we have a lot of vested interest in fossil fuel, therefore, indeed, we are a fossil fuel nation, and we are part of that transition. So the point I'm trying to make is the bioeconomy is an incredible opportunity for us to make change happen, but we need to address a few challenges to make it happen. And because of limitation of time, I'm just going to go for a summary. One of them is integrating the bioeconomy on our national plans, which in Brazil we call it the Ecological Transition Plan, but other nations have different names. But unless you integrate the bioeconomy into it, it's just not going to happen. The second one is to address the issue of measurement. Thelma Krug was talking about the fantastic work that the scientific community did with carbon. And actually, the scientific community did a fantastic work with biodiversity as well. But the financial sector still doesn't know how to count, measure, and use measurement of biodiversity in order to make financial products. Part of it is because it's a new complexity and you need information, knowledge, and so on. Part of that is because nobody's asking for it. It's a side game, and therefore not many people are paying attention to it. But the joke I make when I'm talking to the financial community back at the office, I say, but wait a minute, what about hyper trading? Isn't that really complex? It's about investing in nanoseconds on a price of a stock, and you figure out a way to do it? How can't you figure out a way to use biodiversity data and pay for ecosystem services, pay for biodiversity? So part of the challenge is to re-educate the financial sector. Part of the problem is understand how the financial sector works and cater and crowd in, as Josh was saying, in order to make it easy for the sector to operate. Because I promised to give an example, I'm going to use a local example of Rio de Janeiro, of something we are supporting here, which is working with the city of Rio de Janeiro. We hope to have the first urban biocredit initiative in the world. So what's going to happen? The city of Rio de Janeiro has parks which have biodiversity, and the idea is to measure that biodiversity, indicate the enhancement of biodiversity in its municipal parks, sell the credits to companies that actually own taxes to the city of Rio de Janeiro, so make them pay the taxes they own back. By paying those taxes back via the payment for the biodiversity credits, they become now a possible candidate for other businesses with the city, which until you pay your taxes or your debt, you cannot do business with the city of Rio de Janeiro. And the city of Rio de Janeiro, by receiving those credits, improve their balance sheet and change their credit rating, which is the point Maria was making, that credit rating agencies are not watching and paying attention to the bioeconomy. And with better credit rating, the city of Rio de Janeiro can access credits and therefore finance adaptation, education, health. The other example I would use is the country, Uruguay, our neighbor. So Uruguay decided that they're going to implement their NDC. So they said, okay, we promised that at the COP and we will deliver it, but we need money to do it. So what they did is they did a sustainability-linked bond. And they said, if anybody wants to give us money, we are interested. And what we will do is give you as a collateral for the money we're getting, a payment that if we implement our NDC, we gain a reduction on what we're getting for money from you. If we fail to implement our NDC, we pay a penalty. The technical term of that is step up and step down in the financial world. It was the first time that something like that was done, based on indicators of carbon emissions, enhancement of agricultural pasture, and so on. So the joke is the Minister of Finance goes to the COP and says, my Minister of Environment made the agreement, me, the Minister of Finance, is making it happen. And the reason I'm making this as a case is because when Uruguay launched that paper, they were expecting to collect $1.5 billion, but there was so much interest that they raised $5 billion. Okay, we're still in the billions, not on the trillions, but I'm just using this as an example of how this can be done. Last comment, I will try to honor the 8 minutes too, is the indication about the trillions. Indeed, what we need is trillions, but there are trillions on the table right now. The agricultural commodity market is up $4.3 trillion per year. So just by addressing that market and shaping that market to be positive for climate, nature, and people, we can make a big difference. The illegal financial market, the nature crime market, is a $1.5 trillion market. So when Josh said, everybody's working on the solution, who's working on the problem? It's a $1.5 trillion market. And guess what? There are foundations funding work to make the connection between anti-money laundering work that has been done in the past to nature crimes work, which is happening right now. So we need to be creative. We need to be engaged. At Itaúsa Institute, we are focusing our grant-making effort on 3 transitions: land use and food, material transition, and energy transition and materials transition, and urban systems. And we chose those 3 transitions under the umbrella of making it positive for nature, positive for climate, and positive for people. I think we as community, if we want something positive and as a legacy for the G20, as you asked Maria the question, I would say my legacy number 1 is to make sure that nature-rich countries can make nature valuable. So they have a seat at the table of the big economies with what we have, which is our competitive advantage, and that is nature. The second thing I think we need to address is how we make the bioeconomy, which can be good or bad, positive for climate, nature, and people. And I urge us to together work not only on additional solutions, the nature-based solutions, climate solutions, but we also address the problem of how do we make it equitable. Rio Grande do Sul will be a great test. We already spoke about the need to make sure that the money goes to the most affected people, but my guess is that unless we together as society, which means academia, civil society, and businesses, unless we together work on drafting great guidelines for the trillions of dollars that will be mobilized to recover Rio Grande do Sul, we will have a business as usual scenario. And a business as usual scenario means infrastructure that is not resilient, that did not help the most vulnerable people, and that will take us 30 or 40 years to pay back and will not resist the next extreme weather event. So my invitation for us in terms of test cases is here's a good test case for us to work together. How can we make sure that the recovery of Rio Grande do Sul sets an example for Brazil on how to do a climate resilient, nature-oriented, and people-oriented recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you. With that, I guess we go for lunch, but I'll head over to Catherine for the housekeeping on that.
Some housekeeping. I'm the thing between lunch and you. So just very quickly, thank you very much for the morning session. I will keep it short. We will break for lunch now, and side events will start at 1:15. We will have 3 side events. One here, which is around local funds and community philanthropy with the Aliança Fondos del Sur and Rede Comua, is in this room. We have one event on how to mobilize philanthropy to mitigate emissions combined with improving air quality by Breathe Cities and the Clean Air Fund in room B, Ipanema. So the other 2 rooms are down the hallway, past the registration and behind the wall. And the third event is Catalyst for Change, Philanthropy's involving role in driving Brazil's G20 gender justice agenda by our partners of Net Forward and OECD in room C, Copacabana. And I challenge the gentlemen in the room to maybe join the gender conversation, because usually we end up sitting with all women. So maybe some of the men in here are interested in joining the gender conversation. And then lastly, we will be back here for the main event continuation at 2:30. So the agenda is online. We'll put up the QR code in a second so you all remember it. But just basically back here at 2:30, side events 1:15 to 2:15 in the various rooms, and they're all signed up, so it should be quite easy to find. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
so shortly after lunch. So I'll get started as we finish entering the room. I think most of you have briefly met me in the morning. So I'm Juliana Tinoco, current Executive Coordinator of Social Environmental Funds of the Global South. And as we gather here today, it is important to remember that the climate and environmental emergency we are currently experiencing disproportionately affects marginalized communities worldwide, communities of people living in natural territories, rural areas, or peripheral regions of urban areas bear the heaviest burden of natural resource loss, pollution, and climate-related disasters. However, it is from these very communities that truly sustainable alternatives emerge for the protection of all the world's ecosystem, the protection of us all. Therefore, it is imperative for the philanthropic sector to recognize the necessity of channeling resources directly to local groups and communities. So this is the provocation we want to bring with this side event. We'll delve into the experience of actors who have been working to properly address this challenge, what we're calling the financial arms of our communities in the Global South. So I am the Executive Coordinator of Aliança Socioambiental Fundos del Sur, which is an innovative and pioneering collaboration among Global South-led funds that facilitate and channel philanthropic resources to reach the guardians of the world's most important life-sustaining and climate-regulating biomes. Aliança Socioambiental Fundos del Sur is a cross-continental network of grant delivery mechanisms with decades of experience bridging philanthropic dollars to communities in the front line of environmental protection. The Alliance gathers today 14 local or regional funds covering 38 countries with a combined amount of almost $84 million in grants made through the history of its members. The role of local funds go beyond grants. They are frontline players resourcing local innovative and scalable solutions to guarantee that the voices that are part of the discussions about our planet's future are heard, fomenting collaboration, an essential ingredient to confront the complex challenge of our times. And I hope this panel, I will have the pleasure to present four members of the Alliance together. It's a way for us to get started with thinking and designing collaboration along those lines. And I'm also going to invite Jonathan, who is going to be partnering with me in this mediation from Comoa Network. So let him present himself.
Obrigado, Juliana. Boa tarde. Oh, sorry, yeah, I'll be speaking in Portuguese. It's going to be a mixed panel here. So, boa tarde a todo mundo. Eu sou o Jonatas Azevedo, assessor de programa.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jonatas Azevedo. You heard a little bit about the network Comoa with Graziella, but some points are important to restate. We are 18 donor associations working to strengthen civil society with financial and non-financial donations, highlighting that to strengthen civil society is to guarantee access to rights and strengthen democracy. Also, we are talking of organizations supporting climate solutions in a domestic level. They have this expertise and connection with the territories, and they created innovative, efficient mechanisms to help resources arrive to these communities that are facing these climate challenges. Also, I would like to highlight that we are talking about mechanisms and funds distribution. This goes beyond this role of being intermediaries of this process. We are talking about organizations that are actually partners who work with social organizations and that are promoting these places for exchange and to strengthen civil society and showing actually that there is a possible future, possible alternatives, and they are here together with us. indigenous territories do this, Maroons population do this, and other marginalized communities in the companies. So we have other people here that are part of our network. And please, who is member of the network, please raise your hands. You have over there, Ponto Brasil, Fundeia, and Fundo Casa. But we have a group of our network present here today. So please get acquainted with them, come and talk to us, and make this link of analyzing the human rights issue and to strengthen civil society. And also when we talk about the climate agenda, to talk about all this diversity. So let's start to our stage, and they will introduce themselves. Cris Fundo Casa, Fábio SPN, Joe and Santana Institute.
From Environmental Justice Fund, coming straight from South Africa, Johannesburg. Thank you. So we are proposing 2 rounds of questions. And they're going to have a short time to answer, and which is the challenge, be it very short, St. Joan. I think the first round of interventions, we would like to hear a bit from them. Why local funds? Por que fundos locais? What is, under your perspective, the role of the local/regional funds in the overall climate finance architecture, considering your experiences and contexts? Qual é, na sua perspectiva, o papel dos fundos locais ou regionais na arquitetura geral do financiamento climático, considerando sua experiência e contextos? E aí acho que podemos começar da Cris, from Chris to Joan, in that order.
Ok, obrigada, Juliana. Bom, boa tarde para todas, todos e todes.
So good afternoon. For us, it's a pleasure to be here sharing a little bit of experience of the funds. I am Cristina Fer. I am from the Fundo Casa, 19 years of presence, now almost 20. We have a portfolio with more than 3,500 projects supported throughout this history, more than 100 million reais already donated. Fundo Casa, together with some other funds that are part of the network and are here on this panel, bring this debate of the importance of financing reaching directly already for many years. But now this is widespread, but for many years, these funds are there and making this incident so that funds reach local communities. We don't believe on any climate solution without involving local communities and traditional populations. And the way for these communities to be able to reach their financing are through local funds. These funds that are independent, they are from social justice, they make the resources arrive fast, safely, democratically to everyone. They develop technologies that help these communities, no matter how far they are, to be able to have access to these resources. So we don't understand a solution, a climate strategy that is for the whole mankind to challenge climate challenges that is not directly connecting financing to local communities. Today in Fundo Casa, we do a mapping, and those resources are reaching these communities. To know what are these resources, we work with public hearings, and one of the questions is where your group, your association, your collective, from where have they received resources? And we only see the funds of philanthropy for social justice. It's rarely to find a major donor, and there is a whole history why these funds do not reach them. What are the challenges? Brazil is a continental country with many languages. The funds, like Jonathan mentioned, they are not intermediaries, they are financial organizations. They started with their leaderships, and they have networks of trust, and they make information reach the farthest places. That's why the importance of the funds, of local funds, activist funds, territorial funds, and now we have a diversity of funds, and that we hope these resources, not just this percentile on questioning how much each community gets, but to find more, reaching more, because there is a diversity of funds there in the horizon. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am Fábio Vaz. I am from ISPN, Instituto Sociedade, População e Natureza. We have a fund that is a part of the Comoa network, and we have a fund that this year celebrates 30 years. Since 1994, we have been a national institution of the Small Greens program in Brazil, a program of small grants from GEF, the Environmental Fund, the World Fund for the Environment. ESPN has been in the scenario since then. Today we have more than 130 countries as members, and we have access to resources from the World Fund for the Environment through the different stages of operations of that fund. And more recently, as of 2013, we understood that the fund didn't need to have only one financer. We could also reach for others and then help this money, as Christina mentioned, to reach at the far end, where, because the communities have a lot of difficulties in accessing the resource, either from external sources, where we have the problem of language. This is one of the important points, or even resources from national philanthropy that don't arrive at the community. Very difficult. So we are talking a lot about scale. We are not talking about money arriving here, there, a little, but on the necessary scale to actually solve the problems of the communities. We believe that it was already mentioned here this morning, and now in the opening, Juliana mentioned that these communities, it's very important to have an action of climate justice, because these communities, they are helping in the conservation of the biodiversity, fighting climate change, mitigating and adjusting climate change, and they are those most impacted by climate change. So it is essential to provide support. And I'm talking about scale, of course, but one thing that is essential to make arrive not only on the ears of the national and international philanthropy, but even public policies, is that it's useless. Nobody can, not a government or a society by itself, make this money arrive if associations, if leaderships, political local leaderships are not strengthened. Because many times we have resources that are made available in bids, for instance, the Amazonia Fund that we even accessed. We had resources with bids to reach the communities, but in these resources, you have to work with certain themes mandatorily. And the core theme, which is the strengthening, institutional strengthening, or the strengthening of the management by those communities, they have to be dealt with in a cross-cutting way. And perhaps the financing fund for this specific objective of the strengthening of the community is very rare to find. Financing funds to strengthen communities. So, just for this first intervention, without giving many details on how ISBN works, I would like to mention that these funds, local funds, community funds, territorial funds, as Chris mentioned, they actually arrive there in scale, and they have the knowledge, the way of working, the know-how done by the communities themselves or on a dialogue with the community, a political, respectful dialogue, and having as a background, a main objective, the strengthening of these communities, of these associations, their leaders, local leaders. That's it. Thank you very much.
Is that on? Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa Chamberlain, and I'm from the Environmental Justice Fund based in South Africa. So why local funds? Organizations like the Environmental Justice Fund and others like us really exist because of the confluence of four things. First, climate change and its impacts are not neutral. This is not news, we all know this. Certain groups of people are disproportionately impacted by climate change and other kinds of environmental harm. Indigenous communities, Black communities, communities living in the global South, rural communities, women. As temperatures increase, as water gets scarcer, as floods happen, as biodiversity thins out, they are hit first and they are hit hardest. Second, those same communities are not just passive victims of climate change. Many of them have been acting as custodians of their land and natural resources for decades, for centuries. And so they have a lot of expertise and experience to offer in how people and planet can coexist in more sustainable ways. But in addition to that, they're very attuned to the local political and economic dynamics. And so that makes them very well placed to advise on what kind of climate change interventions are likely to have the best chance of implementation success. And third, precisely because they are hardest hit, they are highly motivated to act. Their livelihoods are threatened, their health is at stake, and often their very lives are on the line. And so they mobilize. They form organizations and institutions and cooperatives. They protest, they sing, they dance, they weave, they sow, they grow, they plant, they clean rivers. And so it's really, because of those first three, the confluence of those first three things. And then there's the fourth, which I think my colleagues have talked a lot about, which is that, unfortunately, despite the fact that communities like that are on the front lines of climate change response, it is so difficult for them to access the critical resources that they need to sustain the really important work that they do. And so it's the confluence of those things that is the gap that organizations like us and our colleague organizations in this alliance are stepping in to fill.
Hello. Yes. So, boa tarde. That's also my only attempt at Portuguese. As we say in my hometown, maayong hapon. So I am Joan. I am from the Samdana Institute. We are based in the Philippines and also in Indonesia. So we call ourselves a community of activists and development practitioners, and we identify ourselves as part of the social and environmental movement in Southeast Asia. So we are a nonprofit, and we work directly with indigenous peoples and local communities in the Philippines, in Indonesia, and supporting partners in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Malaysia. So we are a founding member of the Alianza Socioambiental Fondos del Sur. Since 2005, Samdana has been giving small grants, which is the average size of $5,000 US, directly to indigenous peoples and local communities. So as of December 2023, we have provided 1,763 grants amounting to $18.1 million US. And this is to 1,286 indigenous peoples and local communities. These are all including community groups, informal groups, women's groups, volunteer associations, and even to individual activists. Such is the experience of flexible funding that in 2014, the Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara, or AMAN, which is the Indigenous Alliance in Indonesia, asked Samdana to be the national executing agency of the dedicated grant mechanism in Indonesia, which is funded by the World Bank under the Forest Investment Program. And this ran from 2016 to 2022. So this experience, or this mechanism of providing flexible grants, allowed indigenous peoples to access the more formal funding that mostly many of them are not able to. Just as a quick background on Southeast Asia, there are approximately 123 million indigenous peoples, and it is said globally that indigenous peoples are only 5% of the world's population, and yet they manage and protect 80% of the Earth's life-supporting ecosystems and biodiversity. The recognition of indigenous peoples in Southeast Asia is quite difficult because there are countries such as Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam do not have state recognition of the term indigenous peoples. And so land rights and other rights that have been declared in the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, are not easily asserted in those countries. And indigenous peoples remain invisible in the country's disaggregated data. Again, it has been mentioned that there's very limited funding that is reaching the Global South. And more especially, it's almost very little that trickles down to grassroots organizations, simply because community groups or indigenous local groups do not have the organizational structure or do not have the fiduciary management capacities that formal funding requires. And so Samdana's experience has been not only to channel financial resources, but also to accompany communities, accompany local organizations, such that we have more actors on the ground addressing the very issues that they face. And so there's still a lot that we could share, but I guess that there are three things that we think we could bring value to the global climate financing architecture. First is that climate change cannot be addressed without addressing the core issues of rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, and that is tenure security, which enables indigenous peoples and those communities to protect the lands where they are. Protecting their agricultural areas, protecting biodiversity, protecting important ecosystems, helping to prevent more disasters like current struggles of water resources, competition on who owns the water in ecosystems that connect the ridge, the watershed areas down to the urban centers. Second is that local funds like us, because we are on the ground and we are able to talk directly to the indigenous peoples and local communities, we have an understanding of the local context and also an understanding of the dynamics between stakeholders. So how local governments, government agencies, and other institutions interact with the local communities. Then we are able to facilitate partnership building, partnership with communities, and capacity development. So again, as we say, that these communities do not work in a project box. Their struggle to protect their lands, their struggle to survive, and their struggle to secure their identity as indigenous peoples or even as local communities, as farmers, are an ongoing struggle and an intergenerational struggle. So the partnership building is very important to sustain that momentum wherein social movement is not entirely dependent on external funding. And then lastly, local funds like us have the potential to contribute very much to the discussion on adaptation. Local communities have been doing a lot of things that I think it has been mentioned that there is a scientific research gap, maybe a data gap, on how to recognize that there are many things that indigenous communities, local communities are doing in agriculture, in water resource management, even in their production, that should be recognized as things that, how they adapt to the day-to-day realities as they survive the climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Is it working? Hello, hello? Not working? Oh, working. Yeah. So I want to now go the other way around, starting with Lisa for the second round. Lisa, I think it would be interesting if you could share with us the approach of Environmental Justice Fund in supporting climate justice activism in South Africa.
I think to answer that, it's a useful place to start is to think about what we mean when we talk about climate activism. And I want to answer that by telling a quick story. A couple of months ago, we convened a couple of representatives from all of the organizations that we support across South Africa. And one of the items on the agenda was climate justice and the just transition. South Africa has a very coal-based energy economy, and so it's something that we're very engaged with there. And the guy facilitating that session asked a really critical question, and he asked everybody that was there, all the community representatives, what does climate justice mean for you? What does that look like in your localized community? And there was a pause for a second, and then kind of contributions started to pop up. So somebody from the back of the room said, well, I'm an informal waste reclaimer, and my work is about reducing the amount of waste that ends up in a landfill, and that's climate activism, because part of what I'm doing is reducing kind of methane production. And then somebody else said, well, I come from a rural village, and I'm a water custodian. And part of my work is around protecting a natural spring. And what climate change looks like for me is that as temperatures increase, water gets scarcer. And so water protection and protecting a natural spring is climate activism. And then somebody else from the kind of coal belt in South Africa who lives in a more urban area in the kind of middle of a concentrated industrial area where all our coal-fired power stations are, was talking about how her experience is that her community lives in an area where a lot of their work is around kind of pushing back against coal-fired power. But what they're also doing is planting a lot of indigenous trees, a tree called spekboom, which is an indigenous tree in South Africa because it's known for its ability to absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide. And she said that's also climate activism. And I think the point of the story here is that climate activism comes in very many forms. It's not just about protest at COP. And that part of our challenge is that we need to remain open to that, because climate activism is being done all the time, every day, at local level, in grassroots communities as part of their everyday lives. And so for us at the Environmental Justice Fund, that's exactly what we challenge ourselves to do, because supporting climate activism means being open to allowing grassroots communities to define for themselves what climate activism looks like. And the second point that I want to make is about the use of strategies. South Africa is a place that has a very rich history of civil society mobilization. And one of the lessons that history has taught us is about the value of using a wide variety of interweaving mutually supportive strategies. And we see communities at grassroots level engaged in climate justice work doing that extremely effectively. They organize, they conduct political education workshops for each other. Their elders share intergenerational knowledge with their youth. They grow food. They protest, they sing, they dance, they litigate, they plant trees and clean beaches, they lobby banks to disinvest, They perform spiritual rituals, they write policy submissions, they build coalitions and solidarity, they try to raise money, and all of that is climate activism. And it's important that we respect and appreciate such a holistic approach to how we fund. You know, one of the things that I think is such a gift about being involved in this kind of work is the ability to learn from ecosystems and an ecosystem approach. And that kind of holistic visioning happens so naturally and so organically at community level. Because communities that live off land and engage with natural resources on an everyday basis just live like that. That's what life looks like. And so we need to avoid that temptation to try and silo things, to be like, this is climate activism, this isn't. This is climate change work, this isn't. This is mitigation work, this is adaptation work. And to try and silo our approach. We have a lot to learn about that kind of holistic approach, about what is and what isn't. So rather than spending all of that time and resource trying to squeeze things into random definitions and artificial ad hoc boxes, to take our lessons from communities on the front lines and to adopt that kind of holistic approach to what climate justice activism looks like.
And before we go back to the Brazilian spectrum of this panel, I think, Joan, you gave us an excellent overview of many different approaches Sandana has. Maybe if there is one inspiring example of work that you have done with indigenous communities in the Philippines, an example of those lines of work that Sandana does, just share with us.
Hello. This story I was preparing for the panel this afternoon. But yeah, but what immediately comes to mind was that in November 2013, the super typhoon Haiyan happened, swept through the Philippines and flattened a lot of provinces. And one of those severely affected were the small islands in the north of Palawan, or the Calamianes Islands. It was our first time to enter into that particular province and work with the tribe there. Of course, it was a very big climate disaster, and a lot of the humanitarian funding was pouring in. But Samdana was fortunate that we had resources to bring rehabilitation and recovery assistance to that particular tribe. But what we tried to do differently from the usual humanitarian deluge is that we invested time and resources to really go down to the communities and understand their context and their history first before opening the discussion on what they want to do in terms of rebuilding after a very major disaster. So a lot of organizations were there to provide livelihoods as far as they could, one could automatically see. But part of what we discovered in holding conversations and allowing processes with the tribe for them to speak their experience is that they have had a historical, they've been experiencing historical discrimination, marginalization. So if some of you are familiar with Coron Lake, Kayangan Lake, so it is it's touted as one of the cleanest lakes in the world, and I think the #1 tourist spot in the Philippines. And this particular lake is located within the ancestral domain and ancestral waters of the Tagbanwa tribe. And they were the first ones in the country who received government recognition of their ancestral domain and ancestral waters. And so even with government recognition, this does not prevent the continuation of land grabbing. This does not prevent the continuation of discrimination against indigenous peoples. And many of these communities that were affected by Typhoon Haiyan were located in small islands. And so the physical impact of the disaster is easy to see. The erosion of their coastal areas, even the diversion of the spring, the water resources, and the damage on the small agricultural lands that some communities had. But what we discovered in that process is that the basic issues of not being able to retain their control over these islands that are being grabbed for tourism development exacerbated so much the impact of that disaster. And so aside from the immediate recovery that, like these communities need to survive, we started working on bringing the community to understand what are their vulnerabilities and trying to simplify so much the scientific process of assessing their community, identifying their vulnerabilities, enlisting their capacities as to how they can adapt, and what they can do to improve or to bring back their community and their livelihoods. And so this approach of trying to simplify, usually these are scientific tools of research, tools for planning, and the strategy is to try to simplify them to the level that the communities themselves are able to do. The second strategy is working on indigenous governance because, again, we want communities to determine for themselves what they want. And it should be based on how they have lived their life, that they make these plans, they can lobby these plans on how government can help them to recover from disaster, how they want to maximize the available resources that they have. And so, and anchoring these kinds of plans on their culture, because that is what makes them uniquely indigenous, and it's their close relationship to the land, the resources that retain this kind of mutual relationship with the land and with the indigenous peoples. And so in strengthening indigenous governance, we also include, of course, the women and the young women and the young people are included there. So it's a challenge to create that space where the community members find time to discuss how they want to govern themselves, how they want to see themselves in the future, in the face of challenges wherein they have to survive from day to day. And so I think that, and that kind of capacity to be able to accompany the community in their journey is a value for us, that being on the ground and not just channeling the funds, and not just the financial resources, but more creating the spaces where these people could raise their voices and could say that they could determine their own future.
Obrigado, João. Agora a gente volta para o Brasil, volta para o português também.
So now we come back to Portuguese. We have heard a few characteristics of this local independent philanthropy. I'd like to hear from Chris. If you could talk to us about the Fundo Casa in emergency cases, climate emergencies. So we've said that the funds are very close to the communities. And we answer their demands from bottom to top rather than from the top to the bottom. And this is one of the approaches. And second, when we live in a climate or political emergency where structures no longer work. So we've had in Brazil 4 years of a government that deliberately attacked traditional populations, and they were denialists relating to climate emergencies and the protection of forests. So a number of government structures didn't work because of that. After 2019, the drought in the Amazon became unbearable. The drought came more quickly and were more intense in 2019. Forest fires started hitting the Pantanal and then the Cerrado and hit the Amazon, and criminal gangs as well, very much related to logging, started using criminal fires as a way to illegally occupy the Amazon. So in those moments, when nothing else works, what works are the local communities, the indigenous populations who take upon themselves very heavy responsibilities, like the indigenous peoples holding the skies up with their own hands. So it is in that moment where we had a non-functioning environmental ministry, the Previ Fogo, which is a firefighting organization, also didn't work. That is, a number of government agencies that should have a coping policy for forest fires did not work. Now, the communities that already did that work, not to that extent, and not fighting criminals, once again, took upon themselves these responsibilities. And Fundo Casa, since it has from its origin to support populations during emergency, started receiving a number of requirements of requests, and we needed a greater number of volunteers. And we listened to these groups, and the focus was on forest fires in 2019. We provided support, but we understood that this kind of emergency, you cannot provide support when the fire is burning. It requires planning. The Amazon has a very complex logistics. Equipment to get there may take 30, 60 days, and a number of territories burned, and there were equipment that didn't get there to support fire brigades that requires planning. So we planned, and as of 2020, we set up a support to forest fires. And since then, we've supported 175 groups, and around 5 million reals were donated. This process taught us a lot. We learned from the communities. The sooner you fight a fire, the better it is, so you cannot wait. Once I was told, well, this is the government responsibility, but the responsibility, but the states, the municipalities do not have fire brigades. Now you're talking about the Amazon, huge distances. Until the government gets there, the fire is growing, and there's no way it can be checked. So today, from this process, from the groups, we created the Brazilian network of fire brigades under the current government, together with voluntary brigades, participated actively in the draft of the government policy to fight forest fires. And the government has an ordinance where it recognizes the brigades, and it has hired these independent brigades to help the government.
Precisa ser tratado com planejamento. Muitas vezes a própria filantropia chega para a gente e fala, mas a gente quer apoiar incêndio agora, em agosto. A gente está em maio, não dá mais tempo. A gente teria que ter começado lá em novembro, os grupos se organizarem, fazer o curso de brigadista, conseguir comprar os equipamentos. A cada ano a seca na Amazônia se torna mais grave, né? O ano passado nós tivemos um período de seca que foi avassalador para as comunidades que perderam mobilidade, escassez hídrica e ainda enfrentando os incêndios florestais. Os incêndios, eles têm causam problemas seríssimos para as comunidades, comunidade indígena, de saúde, de perda de biodiversidade, insegurança alimentar e várias outras coisas. Então, um programa estruturado, pensado, ele gera muito resultado, mesmo numa situação de emergência. que é o caso dos incêndios, haja vista que essas brigadas voluntárias hoje estão participando ativamente da construção de uma política pública. Então, eu acho que esse é um trabalho muito próximo de escutar, e a hora que você vê, nossa, enfrentamento dos incêndios é algo tão desafiador, mas é uma experiência de super sucesso dentro do Fundo Casa, num tema tão complexo, que é de uma emergência climática tão avassaladora quanto os incêndios florestais.
Obrigado, Cris. Acho que são ótimos exemplos. Eu queria passar agora para o
These are
Fábio.
great examples. Now I would like to tell to Fabio, if you could tell Fabio about the experience of ESPN, about the support for the communities here in Brazil. Thank you. Well, ESPN, as I mentioned, we work with calls like Chris mentioned, that provide the possibility of analyzing the demand of the communities. It's not for you to tell what the community needs or what are their demands. And many times focus, the ESPN many times supported the sustainable use of biodiversity resources. This is a way of supporting conservation and life improvement for these communities associated to this work. As I mentioned before, we see that it's not only a matter of giving the resources for these communities to work with them. We gave the resources and did a follow-up of the work developed by the communities, trying to understand the bottlenecks and where this work had to be developed, improved, to achieve the results that was needed. Only to give you an example, when the community started to benefit or to use a fruit, a local fruit, to freeze it and then to sell it, its pulp, in the market, then they start understanding. In the beginning, it's easy. You have a small quantity, you start in your business, you sell to your neighbor. But after a certain time, you find difficulties in reaching further markets, the sanitary difficulties because the government regulates the sanitary issue, difficulties of management to manage a bigger business. If you're going to export, you have to send it afar, even abroad, and the difficulties of different types and sizes. And we did a follow-up in a dialogue with these communities, and we start understanding these problems, and then we try to find how we can solve these steps. So to be present so that sanitary vigilance won't deal with a small community that has only a 10 square meter room to process the fruit, just like they deal with sadia or perdigão, is essential, but nobody all believes on this. But in 2013, when we did a first seminar about this topic, bringing people from the communities that were going through this kind of difficulty, we called people from Anvisa and people from MAPA that are responsible for the regulation in the Ministry of Agriculture, and they are responsible for the regulation of such products, sanitary regulation. We had the opportunity. We also brought somebody from Portugal, a person who worked with the communities in Portugal, so that he could show the people from the Ministry of Agriculture that was only health protection of people that was the issue and was important, because to protect the health of the consumer, of course, but we needed to do something different, because if in Europe everybody was protected, consumers were protected, and the sanity of the products produced by the community was protected, why couldn't we do the same thing here in Brazil? So we were able to provide this public policy, which is the sanitary regulation concerning these products. We help it to be a little bit more developed in that instance. So there are several strategies that we use doing a little bit of formation of advocacy about public policies, a little about consultancy in certain areas, like labeling when the communities start placing their products in more demanding markets. You need better labeling with nutritional information, nutrition facts, etc. So little by little, in a dialogue with the communities, we were able to develop all this. Another thing very important that we perceived was the exchange among communities. Those who are doing the work for a longer period than they have experience, they can teach the others, tell the others about this work. What are the difficulties? What are the challenges that they face? How they manage to overcome them? So it is a set of strategies that we develop, and it's not only to give the funds to the community, but also do the follow-up of the development of this action with the communities so that they can achieve the objectives. And in a scale where the ideal would be, we are trying to talk with public policies exactly for the scale to be greater or bigger, because the capacity, although we are being supported, are supporting more than 800 projects since 1994 until now, a total of more than $25 million in support for these projects. It is still not a scale that allows us to reach all the communities in the regions where we work. We work in the Brazilian Savannah, the Cerrado, then Cerrado, Caatinga, and 3 states from the Amazon, Maranhão, Tocantins, and Mato Grosso, which is a very big region. We can only do this because we work together with those at the far front. They are doing the work, and we are trying to give them support in this work. And a byproduct, even better, a byproduct of this support, the strengthening of these associations, of these leaders. There was a seminar that we held in 2017 where we tried to map. We had 38 supported projects, and we tried to map how many public policies these more than 88, 166, because 2 people for each project. These 166 people present in the workshop, how many public policies did they do a follow-up on? From the very first public policy from the municipality, like the purchase for meals for children at the schools by the municipality, from communities, from products by the communities, and the state public policies, and even federal public policies. There were Indian leaders who joined directly the development of the national policy for indigenous lands, and he was there in our workshop. It was not just that little project that helped that leader to empower himself and be present there. The networks where they participate, they are essential for this presence in public policies. So I believe that as an example of the work and how we work, this is something that I wanted to mention. Thank you. Yes, let's give him a hand. Thank you. It was a great example in this perspective of financing, like Lisa said, more holistic. We have some time for 2 questions from the audience. If anybody would like to be the first to volunteer, you can raise your hand. We'll reach a microphone. Any other?
Olá, pessoal. Primeiramente, boa tarde. Eu me chamo Erlei.
First of all, good afternoon. I'm Erlei. I am from Águas Resilientes, and now that we have different funds here that are present here in Brazil that analyze the communities. I have a question very much linked to the problems with youth, because we have to position the youth population in these spaces. I would like to understand about the funds. Do you have dialogues with climate crisis, but also with the point of view of the young people? How do we include the agenda of young people in the funds that you manage? Thank you. Any last question before we ask the panel to answer them? Way back there.
Boa tarde,
Good
Renata Miranda.
afternoon, Renata Miranda. I represent the Ministry of Agriculture. You mentioned a lot about connection with public policies, the territory, which is exactly the strategy that we are using. But a question, even for us who are there as policy makers, how the territories and local population have access to the basis, to the opportunities of funds that you represent. Where do they find this framework of opportunity so that local communities can submit their projects to? Great. We still have time for another one.
Bom, oi, gente.
Well, hello, good afternoon. I am Larissa Amorim. I am part of Casa Fluminense, an organization that is part of the Comoa network, but also Aliança Territorial, that includes another 6 organizations. Several organizations are present here, and we align very much with the discussion that was made today, thinking how we can, yes, democratize the resource, value local solutions, the foundation knowledge that comes and has shown how we can deal with part of the major challenges that we have because of climate crisis and change. But reflect also and invite the panel to speak more about the challenge of decentralization of resources and identification of funds as, yes, agents that can and are already doing, but they need to be recognized as an important piece, a strategic piece in the distribution of these resources. We are here talking about financing for a climate strategy that needs to be more articulated, more coordinated with companies and public power. So certainly we need to talk more about this and how can we have more dialogues so that these dialogues, and even to link this with other funds like Alliance and other funds that are open throughout Brazil, and that could add to the question of that person I couldn't see. So just to say, what is our challenge here? How we can do to increase this dialogue. This is what I want to say. It seems to me that we are in a panel here in a room. Several others are also taking place with very small solutions. So how we put all this together, and then we start actual actions. And I would like to hear a little bit more about this. Thank you. Chris, would you like to start? Yes, I can start talking a little bit about that. Today, Fundo Casa, we do public calls mainly, and we are able to service 38% of the demand that we receive. We have a capillarity that is quite huge, as we said, because we start with activism, and activism in general terms, work with networks. So we have many networks, and this information, for you to have an idea, Fundo Casa supports almost all the organizations of the Javali Valley, organizations that speak several languages, very few speak Portuguese, and all the other funds that we know well, we work in a collaborative way even sharing in some moments a call of climate and gender diversity. Perhaps it's not very strong for Fundo Casa, but for the Fundo Positivo, the Fundo Elas, it is. And we share a lot this knowledge that each fund has with their own history. And the communities in general, the information arrives and we receive a response. And today, the problem is to be able to meet this demand. We don't have that pot of money to meet all the demands of all the communities in the most diverse fronts. And we use intersectionality. It's even difficult to explain what we do because there is everything is so intertwined and we have such a big agenda. I am the manager, and when I arrive, I say, look, we have to organize this, but how can we organize? Because it is a science. And this story, this history shows this intersectionality of the agendas of other territories and so forth. And so the problem is not the communities to have access to. We even separate by territories and topics. And today we have more resources for the Amazon, but we have very little resource for the Pampa in Rio Grande do Sul. It's not a political priority. It's not a philanthropy priority. We heard this morning that priority for them is mitigation, and because the South doesn't have many forests, and as forest was the only thing important to climate, this is also reflected in financing. About youth, well, the Fundo Casa has a big concern with youth. For some years, as an organization that celebrates 20 years, we need we need teams with young people. We started this work, we have a team with several young people, and after the COP in Egypt, where we saw that there was this movement of young people. It happened before, but as of the COP 28, Fundo Casa started supporting young leaders to join the decision space in climate change. And recently, we did a call for projects that was use environmental racism with a focus on the climate issue. And so we are intrinsically related to youth and climate. And so Lara, which is the colleague here in our fight, Fundo Casa had a program called Casa Cidades. Today is not so strong because of the financing, and cities are not priority. And we have a partnership of collaborative construction with Casa Flu and the support of climate emergency, urban emergency. And that is, we have room for collaboration, a space for construction of the learning. For us, it's a learning that is very important for the funds. But we don't have an answer for everything. We are still learning, especially now, in this moment where we have the climate issue, and communities teach us a lot. And these funds has this approach of producing knowledge. Several funds like the Como Network, Fundo Casa, introduced a publication about our experience in supporting indigenous groups. We support more than 700 indigenous projects of 402 indigenous associations directly. So it's a process of lessons learned, things that we rethink, reevaluate, but in the Como Network and in our Aliança, this learning point is important. Sometimes philanthropy is a little bit arrogant. In this moment, even I get a little bit concerned because philanthropy of the whole world, talking about COP30 in Brazil in such a depth, we who are here, we even sometimes ask, how is it going to be? So the funds, they produce a lot of knowledge, actual knowledge, as Johan said, that started decades ago. It's not from now. And so I believe that this component of learning to us is very important. This mention that the funds are doing things already for quite a long time, and in all the connections that the Como Network does. So there is a whole intelligence, a framework in the funds of philanthropy here that are in course.
Thank you very much, Chris. Anybody else would like to say anything?
So I'll leave it to my Brazilian colleagues to speak to the specifics of engagement with youth here, but I just wanted to share two reflections from our own experience. The first is that I think one of the traps we fall into when we're talking about the importance of engagement with youth is to assume that the youth is one homogeneous kind of creation or thing. And, you know, in the same way that the state is not one homogeneous beast, or philanthropy is not, you know, one homogeneous thing, or the private sector is not one homogeneous thing, the same is true for the youth. And, you know, I think my younger colleagues are always kind of poking us and challenging us about this because, you know, and I think it's important that we have that in our minds when we think about and structure our youth engagements, because the way in which something like climate justice affects young people in an urban area will vary significantly from the way in which it'll affect young people in an urban area, rural, urban, I can't remember which way around I put that. You know, in the same way it'll differ from South Africa to the Philippines to Brazil. And so just an encouragement to us to think about how intersectionality plays out in relation to youth. And the second thing that I wanted to just encourage us to think about as we reflect and think through youth engagement is about the ways in which climate overwhelm impacts on young people specifically. I think all of us that work in this area experience degrees of that, and there's good days and there's more challenging days. But you know, I think one of the things that is very present is around the mental health impacts of this kind of work, and not just the work, but the realities of life. You know, eco-depression is a real thing, and I think it's really encouraging to see the mental health kind of aspects of climate justice work being more and more centered and centralized and recognized. But that's also something that we need to think about. That for younger generations who face a kind of planet in the kind of crisis that it is, it's really important that we integrate those kind of aspects in any kind of youth engagement. Thanks.
I think we might have reached our time, so they've let us know. Chegamos aqui ao nosso limite de tempo. Queria agradecer muito.
I'd like to thank you very much.
You who asked questions. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, everyone.
Obrigado, pessoal.
Thank you.
So we already have our next speaker online, so kindly ask everyone that's going to stick in the room to please stick in the room. if possible. And it's me again. Help me out, Catherine. F20 had a very German perspective on how to do events in Brazil. We are a bit chaotic. So, story make us human. Stories shape our life, for good and for bad. Stories are always life stories. Those of ideas, diversity, success and non-success, experience, wisdom, or passion. And that of things coming to life or not, depending on the story being told. Storytelling, therefore, is key when it comes to sustainability. So for this storytelling session, I'm happy to announce the virtual presence of Amalie Amin. She's the Managing Director and Head of Climate Diversity and Advisory at British International Investment. Amid an extensive and significant career in sustainable development, Amalie is also a storyteller. Therefore, I will let her introduce herself and her background, which spans various experiences with financial institutions, the British government, and in the academic context, and give us her story. Thank you.
My story of sustainable finance really started in 1992, so the very same year when governments came together in Rio for the Earth Summit to commit to the 3 Rio Conventions. I was studying environmental science at the time, and I took a course on energizing an Indian village, which led me to focus on a PhD, a science technology policy PhD, on how to accelerate investment in renewable energy for developing economies, because I saw this was essential to sustainable development for all, to provide access to energy, clean energy, particularly for the poorest and particularly for women in rural areas, whilst also avoiding contributing towards climate change. So fast forward to 2000 and that decade. Well, I completed my PhD in 2000. I came to the conclusion that institutional inertia was going to be the biggest constraint to the systemic change we really needed to accelerate and scale renewable energy. So for the next 2 decades, really, I've spent the time trying to overcome that institutional inertia in different contexts. So I was in the UK government for 10 years, and I had various roles, one of which in 2002, I led negotiations on energy for the World Summit on Sustainable Development, with Rio +10. Now, that process was very difficult on renewable energy. We didn't get a very good agreement. It lacked ambition. But what we saw coming out of that were a lot of partnerships and multi-stakeholder initiatives, including one that I led, the REAP, Renewable Energy Efficiency Partnership. Brazil hosted the Latin America Regional Dialogue to bring that partnership together. We had similar in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in North America. And actually, it was through REAP I met Katrine Harvey, who is with you in the room today. In addition to these partnerships, the German government hosted a big conference, Bonn Renewables 2004, which really marked a turning point in the focus on policy and finance for renewable energy. And we saw a lot of commitment coming out after Bonn 2004. Including under the UK's G8 presidency, which I was leading on engaging developing countries. Engaging the +5 was my focus, which was Brazil, Mexico, China, India, and South Africa. And one of the key outcomes from that G8 Gleneagles Summit was an initiative that became the Climate Investment Funds. The Climate Investment Funds, which I then worked to help shape, were funds dedicated to the multilateral development banks with an aim for having a transformational impact on key sectors, the energy sector in particular, but also transportation sector and food and agriculture. But also, very importantly, the climate investment funds were designed to also have a transformational impact on the multilateral development banks themselves, to change behavior internally within the MDBs as to how climate finance was being deployed and how that could really deliver more transformational catalytic impact, thinking beyond individual projects to think about programs and ultimately systems change. So fast forward now to 2010 and that decade, I was actually working in a different context, the first half of that decade at a think tank, E3G. And there, this was just after the Copenhagen Climate Summit, where there had been a commitment to mobilize $100 billion per year to developing countries. So a lot of the focus then was around this concept of climate finance. We'd gone from thinking probably more around sustainable finance to a very strong focus on climate finance. And there we were trying to understand, as the think tank communities, the governments, and also those that deploy climate finance, what did this 100 billion mean in practice? What did it constitute? But also, more importantly, how it could be transformational. Now, I developed a program, and I think there's probably someone there in the room, Alison Robertshaw, who actually was my co-funder when she was a philanthropy, Zenstrom. And I led some work there with a number of colleagues around the development and the importance of national finance strategies to attract international climate finance, but also very, very importantly, to align that with domestic, public and private financial flows. And that these finance strategies could provide much greater signals to investors, longer term signals that would also help build confidence of the direction of travel of investment. Now, actually, I worked with some other E3G colleagues and with colleagues at WRI and other organizations. And this actually then became the focus on the need to align finance with national finance strategies in developing countries, actually shaped what then became Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. Now, many of you will be aware that Article 2.1c has been, I would say, a little bit controversial, but what it is definitely served to do, which I think is positive, but it's insufficient. It has definitely helped to raise the importance of mobilizing all forms of finance, and particular capital that exists within the institutional investor context. So the trillions of dollars that sits in asset owners, asset managers, that all of that ultimately must be consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Now, the Paris Agreement, I believe personally, if you read it, if you read the preambular, you get into the details, it's really an agreement for sustainable development. And by that, I mean the social, economic and environmental development. And when you think about aligning to the goals, it becomes clear, I think, that the focus on development and development pathways is absolutely key. However, again, fast forwarding to 2020, and I was advising the COP26 presidency, seconded by British International Investment. We saw this major commitment come forward around the need to align investment and finance to the goal of net zero, and many partnerships starting to emerge around the need for a just energy transition. So this was very good news. I think what has also been really good news is that this year we now know that the 100 billion commitment has been met. However, what I see now, working in an impact investing context, the focus on the 100 billion and the commitment that was made there is no longer fit for purpose. It doesn't provide the correct normative framework that we really need if finance is to truly deliver on sustainable development. I believe, as a result, we need to focus as much on the quality of climate finance as well as quantum, ensuring that the new goal that will be agreed, hopefully at COP29 and likely further developed by COP30, this new goal that emerges under the new collective quantified goal must create a normative framework that provides incentives for delivering on quality climate finance as well as quantum. And by that, I mean quality in terms of harder to do investments for adaptation, but also very critically, the need for more inclusive climate finance. Climate finance that is prioritized for low-income countries, low-income communities, that can enable a just transition to support workers and communities affected by the transition, and also for gender equality of climate finance. I believe embedding inclusion now is critical if the new normative global framework around climate and ultimately development finance, and ultimately private finance and capital, is to really deliver sustainable development for all. So that is my story so far, almost 3 decades, if you like, starting from my degree to where I am now. I'm very passionate about sustainable development. I believe that finance is starting to become, the financial sector is starting to deliver on many of what is needed. But I would say my conclusion of my PhD, the institutional inertia would be the biggest constraint, does remain my biggest concern. We really need to accelerate institutional change. Policies, regulations need to change much faster. Finance will never really flow at scale, and it certainly won't reach the poorest and the harder activities that are needed if we don't see a rapid shift in the policy and regulatory agenda. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalie. Thank you very much. So I'm back here to invite you for the final session of the Sustainable Finance block of discussions. The last time you hear from me today. And I would like to explain a bit the format. It's called a fishbowl. I don't know if any of you participated in one of those before. And in this proposal, the panelists are seated in a half circle. It doesn't have to be a half circle, but they're seated together. But there's always at least one chair left empty in the center, symbolizing an open invitation for additional perspectives from the audience. So I'll begin with a few panelists, each offering a brief 2-minute introduction of their views. And as we move into the final more or less 20 minutes of the session, I encourage any of you in the audience who feel inspired to join the discussion to take a seat in the empty chair so that we can foster a bit of dynamic dialogue. But to begin with, we have a few people that would like to offer their views. I understand Andrés, we didn't know he was going to make it. He made it. Great. So we have Andrés Morgo, who is the Resilience and Climate Transition Program Manager at Fundación Avina. Would like to welcome you to the stage. And also in person at the stage, we have Lisa Chamberlain, Executive Director of the Environmental Justice Fund, coming from South Africa. And virtually, we're inviting Laura Ramos, who is the Inclusive Green Finance Policy Manager at the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, AFI. And also, virtually, I understand, we have Ivan Oliveira, who is our Deputy Secretary for Sustainable Development Finance at the Treasury Ministry. And the way I propose we do it is that we use an initial 4 minutes, let's just say, for each one of you to present a bit about your work and try to address how your work currently addresses the challenges of improving financial flows for where is most needed. And then after this round, we then invite people to take the empty chairs in the center. And we could potentially start maybe, since we have Ivan virtually, give you the initial wording and then we go around.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be with you online. Unfortunately, I was not able to go in person, and I thank you for this space. Let me thank and congratulate the organizers. It's definitely a very important moment, and it's in Brazil, especially with the G20, but also in preparations for COP to talk about sustainable finance. And we do see a lot of important stakeholders there that are discussing this issue in this event. So thank you for this space. So let me quite briefly bring to you some perspective on what we're doing during the Brazilian G20 presidency on sustainable finance. Not only talking about specifics of one or two groups that are important, let me try to bring you, let's say, the overview on what we intend to, where we intend to get by the end of the year, and using the political cloud of the G20 to push on sustainable finance. So there's one critical point, and I could join you in listening to the previous speakers on the role of the funds and their engagements in creation of some of those funds that are out there. But there is a critical point that is, how can we really streamline access to those funds? How those funds can really generate impact at scale and speed, and speed is really important here. I deal with those funds here from the Ministry of Finance on a daily basis, trying to get some money out, and it's not a very easy task. So we decided that one of the priorities for the Sustainable Finance Working Group during our presidency should be to streamline access to the 4 main multilateral climate funds, the GEF, the GCF, Citizen Adaptation Fund, all of them with quite different governance structures, as you all know, but all of them really dedicated to bring public money, especially from developed countries into developing countries in order to finance our transitions. And we have set a group of experts that are right now preparing a report that should be out for the G20 group meeting in Berlin next July. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have recommendations from those experts pushed by the G20 as a way to really try to make a change in the system. So from not only on the specifics of the funds, how to make things a lot easier and faster for the clients, but also on how the architecture should really look like, and better ways to let's say, clean up the green zones among the funds, for example. So that's one critical point, and it's well connected to the need of using strategically concessional finance in financing our transitions. Different countries, low income, middle income countries, we do need that money for different purposes in different sectors and projects, and that country ownership in the process is very important. That country ownership, I'd say, it's quite well seen also in another initiative that we have in our G20 presidency, that is the idea of reforming the multilateral development banks. We have, since the Italian presidency, started a process where the G20 is pushing the banks to go riskier, to do more with the capital that they do have. But we want to go beyond, and by the end of the year, deliver with the G20 a roadmap for reforms of the banks, where we not only touch on capitalization, so we're going to continue to stress the balance sheets. We want to think about hybrid capital and new mechanisms to bring more money into the system, and also regular reviews for regular capitalizations of those banks. But also connected to that, I'd say 2 critical pillars. One that has to do with operations. So the operational review of the banks is really critical there. harmonization of standards, co-financing, doing a lot more with other stakeholders, including the green funds that we're trying to streamline access on the other hand, but also thinking about how country platforms or new country platforms, really country-owned platforms, could be a space to connect those stakeholders, including the MDBs that should be going through a reform process. And there's a third pillar in our roadmap, so it's capital, operations, and impact assessment. And impact is absolutely critical here. So we're really bringing to the review of the banks an agenda that has to do with impact. So at the end of the day, we could really boost the agenda of impact assessment in the system and feedback in long term for a better, as we're saying, bigger, better, and more effective MDB system. That should be critical. I don't need to tell you how much that could be effective when it comes to sustainable finance in our countries. And just another last point that connects us to the Task Force Clima, created to President Lula this year, together with the Task Force Against Hunger and Poverty. But in Task Force Clima, we're trying to really reinforce or finally maybe bring some clarity on the concept of country platform. And more than that, really push from the G20 on principles and criteria for country platforms, taking into account two pillars. One that is country ownership. So what do we mean by country ownership when creating a country platform? Where the projects that should be there should be well connected to our economic and climate planning. So how can we build something that really connects well to our needs, our priorities, our planning, and the way forward according to our needs? And where the stakeholders, the green funds that are going to have access streamlined, multilateral development banks, the private sector, the philanthropies, how could we really bring everybody together according to our planning, according to our needs? So that's a push we're having there at Task Force Clima. Hopefully also we'll be able to deliver something meaningful and concrete by the end of the year, connecting, I'd say, different stakeholders and different pillars that we have within the G20 on mobilization of sustainable finance to make a change. So as we try to do as much as possible in our G20 presidency, the idea is really to have a presidency that is solutions-based, and hopefully by the end of the year, we can really prove that we could manage to get there. And obviously, I do see many partners in this endeavor, and we count on you not only in pushing together this agenda once we have it from the G20, but also in making it happen on the ground. So really delivering impact in the countries that are in need, and so fostering the agenda of sustainable finance in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Not sure if you managed to have Laura virtually as well, but in the meantime, let's start with those who are in person. Oh, there she is. Hello, hello. Good. We're going around in person, virtual, and then back. So, Lisa, please.
Hi, everyone. Is everyone surviving the cold? I've been wondering all day whether people controlling the aircon are trying to get us acclimatized to some kind of extreme weather events. My name is Lisa Chamberlain, and I'm the director of the Environmental Justice Fund, which is based in South Africa. And I also want to talk about financial flows and sustainable finance, but of a slightly different kind. So perhaps let me start by a outline of the work that we do at the Environmental Justice Fund. We're a local fund based in South Africa, and our work is about providing support to community-based organizations doing various kinds of climate and environmental justice work in South Africa. The organizations we work with are working on a very, very diverse range of different kinds of environmental justice work. So some of them are farmers, some of them are mining-affected communities, some of them are fisher folk, some of them are waste reclaimers, some of them are water custodians. And really our work operates from the premise that it is only by supporting those that are most affected by climate change and other forms of environmental harm to design and develop their own responses to those kinds of challenges that we have our best chance of reversing the tide of environmental destruction and building a more sustainable and just world. So that's the place that we operate from. And I was struck this morning when our colleague from C20 was talking about urgency. And he was reflecting on how we don't have time anymore to wait for the kind of more traditional forms of political negotiation to play out because of the urgency of the crisis we found ourselves in. But that the good news, in that context is that we're not starting, that solutions exist, that grassroots communities have been living and implementing solutions for a long, long time. And so what we really need to do is just to be supporting what already exists. And so that's really the kind of business that we're in. And so how we do that is by implementing a form of participatory grant making, where decisions on who gets support from the Environmental Justice Fund are made by a dedicated group of activists called our Grants Committee, who are comprised of community activists who come from the very kinds of communities that receive the support. Because I think it's important when we talk about financial flows and who gets money, that we also talk about how that money gets transferred and who are the decision makers. Because operating like that for us at EJF is an opportunity for us not just to tap into the expertise that resides at community level, but it's also part of our commitment to disrupting and to redefining what are some quite problematic power dynamics that have existed in philanthropy for a very long time. And so how we work is we provide the organizations that we support with financial support, but also with various kinds of accompaniment and walk alongside them in that journey. We're a relatively new fund. We've been operating for just over 2 years now and are supporting about 35 organizations based across the country. And I wanted to reflect briefly on this idea of inclusion, because it's a theme that's come up quite a lot in the day's discussions, and particularly in the context of sustainable climate finance. And it was interesting when I was reading some of the background documents for what the sustainable climate finance block is trying to do here at the Solutions Forum. I was really struck by one of the key words, or the key phrases, which is about simplifying climate finance access. And I think that's absolutely critical for us to reflect on. Because the kinds of grassroots communities that organizations like us and so many others in the room here are supporting are already doing climate resilience work. In a panel earlier, we were hearing about, and I was kind of really struck by such a compelling story about communities in Brazil who were fighting some of the fires that have been, ravaging the country. And we see these kind of like self-supply phenomenons all over the show. That when disaster strikes, it's not to governments that communities turn; it's to each other. People often talk about, oh, that's a lesson we learned from COVID. But that's not a new lesson. We knew that lesson long before COVID hit. COVID just reinforced it, and perhaps brought it home on a more sort of global scale. And if we think about that, those kind of levels of community agency, it's something that we really need to sort of connect the dots to. Because if we think about the accessibility of climate finance, one of the other speakers this morning was talking about the structural challenges that governments in the Global South face in accessing climate finance. Now think about what it might mean as a community in one of those countries in the global South. So your government is facing those kind of structural challenges. Now you're a community in one of those countries. How much more remote might the possibility of accessing climate finance look like for you? And even philanthropies, who are probably your best chance of access, tend to fund the large blue chip NGOs, typically the think tanks that are headquartered in places like New York, in London, who absorb the lion's share of the funding. So what we're talking about at EJF and our colleagues are that let's look at who's actually doing that kind of climate resilience work on the ground. And let's make sure that when we're talking about financial flows, that the money is going there. And how can we ensure that that kind of inclusion permeates financial flows in a conversation about access to climate finance and simplifying that kind of access? Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Now over to you, Laura, if you can hear us well.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this Climate Solutions Forum. Really appreciate being here together with Ivan and also Lisa. So good afternoon and greetings from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name is Laura Ramos and I'm the Senior Policy Manager for the Inclusive Green Finance at the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. And just let me introduce a very brief words about what the Alliance for Financial Inclusion is. So this is a policy leadership alliance owned and led by member central banks and financial regulatory institutions, which common objective is to advance policies on financial inclusion at the country, regional, and also international levels. AFI membership is comprised by institutions from 84 developing countries, where the majority of the world's banks reside. AFI members have pioneered some of the most innovative policy approaches to extending the financial system to the unbanked while balancing safety and stability. But also AFI recognizes the dual threats of financial exclusion and climate change as key barriers to financial stability, and its core mission is to empower policymakers to increase access and usage of quality financial services for the underserved through sustainable and inclusive policies. Specifically, AFI addresses sustainable finance through its inclusive green finance initiatives. And to understand what is IGF or what is inclusive green finance, so we recognize that across the world, environmental disasters impact the poorest communities most, as we heard before, especially in rural areas where people have inadequate coping mechanisms. When farmers depend on rainfall for agriculture, drought brings disruption, damage, loss of productivity, and loss of income. And this is how IGF brings a new element to the ongoing global climate discussions, as most of the global work on green finance has been focusing on capital markets and large-scale project finance, while little attention has been paid to what financial sector policymakers can do to make green finance accessible to individuals and MSMEs. Financial regulators play a pivotal role in advancing financial inclusion and inclusive green finance through offering, for example, microloans, savings products, and other financial tools tailored to the needs of the low-income individuals and small businesses, empowering them to build assets, manage risks, and also improve their livelihoods. Then, IGF helps mitigate and build resilience against the negative impacts of climate change by encouraging green products like savings, credit, insurance, money transfers, and also digital channels. And for providing maybe a further explanation, if you allow me, I would like to share a video. Let me try here, sharing my screen. Please let me know if you are able to see it.
We can see it, yeah.
I hope that also you can listen to it. Okay.
We can't listen to it, but we can see it.
I'm sorry. Can you listen to? No sound.
No.
Okay, let me try again.
that works. It's an IT miracle, I have to
The
say.
Alliance for Financial Inclusion was founded with a crystal clear mission to address the global challenge of financial exclusion by creating policies which bring financial services to the world's unbanked. While developing and implementing these policies, we have become increasingly aware of linkages between financial exclusion and climate change impacts, and how the impacts of both are affecting the poorest the most. We've seen how low-income populations are disproportionately affected by climate, leaving them vulnerable to financial shocks and economic distress. But at the same time, it is clear that our financial inclusion policies are also an efficient tool in helping mitigate and build resilience against the negative impacts of climate change. Access to formal savings, insurance, credit, and adequate payment channels ensure that the most vulnerable populations are empowered to cope with climate change, reduce the climate-related risk to the financial system, and strengthen financial stability. This is inclusive green finance. In 2017, our members endorsed the Sharm el-Sheikh Accord on financial inclusion, climate change, and green finance. And a year later, launched the Inclusive Green Finance Workstream. Since then, we've made huge progress. 4 Ps of inclusive green finance: provision, promotion, protection, and prevention, to inform inclusive green finance policy development. Our Inclusive Green Finance Working Group now includes 60 members from more than 50 countries, and to date we have seen a total of 10 policy changes on inclusive green finance, 13 Maya Declaration commitments, and several in-country implementation projects already underway. In September 2022, we updated and recommitted to the Sharm el-Sheikh Accord on inclusive green finance. And together with our partners, our work on inclusive green finance is bringing real impact and improved livelihoods to the most vulnerable. By strengthening those that are most vulnerable, we are building more inclusive and resilient financial systems. Join us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I go back to you. Thank you very much, Juliana. I go back to you.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you. Sorry, I was looking at the screen. And thank you for the amazing IT people that actually made the video happen. Hardly ever seen that happen normally. And I'll pass on to Andres. Is it Andres?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to join you here in this panel. I would like nothing more than to speak in Portuguese, mas ainda estou aprendendo, então vou falar em inglês. Desculpa. So my name is Andres. I work in Fundación Avina. I'm the manager of the climate program in Avina, and I want to begin by sharing with you a reflection that we've been doing in the last couple of years with regards to how the rationale of the climate finance world has been moving in the wrong direction. If you recall, a few years ago, a few IPCC reports ago, for those of us that follow the IPCC reports, there used to be a higher level of uncertainty as to what was causing climate, what climate was causing, where, and what had to be done. And because of the political interference that usually the IPCC is a victim to, there were different levels of certainty on their affirmations because, of course, scientists were held back by politicians. In the last report, that level of uncertainty has, in our view, disappeared in many cases. And that is, of course, a good thing because we are now less doubtful of what is causing climate. It's 100%, well, in a majority caused by anthropological emissions. What climate is causing, even within regions, and what has to be done to respond to those impacts. Now, the problem is that if that level of certainty was something that we actually all accepted, then when you think of proposing a project that actually does those activities in those sectors, in those regions, we should ask less of those projects in terms of justifying their link with climate. But in the finance world, it is now more difficult to access what we call traditional climate finance than it was a few years ago. So both sides of the coin are moving when one should be pushing the other, let's say. So there's an issue there that we've been reflecting on, particularly on what you said on simplifying climate finance, and thinking of what the implications should be of the world being more sure of what is happening on the finance side of things, but that those implications are not as explicit as we wish they could be. And we see three reasons for this happening, particularly when it relates to mobilizing private flows in particular. And to go into those three reasons, and Amalie in her intervention was referring to the Paris Agreement, I think it's important to come back to the agreement itself and saying that the agreement has three objectives, and we have had the reluctance of some in saying that the agreement only has one objective, and there's many more references to the 1.5 degrees and reducing emissions and mitigation than the other two objectives of the Paris Agreement. But when you think of the three objectives as mitigation, adaptation, and finance, it is adaptation and finance that are the most important in the Global South. So saying that the Paris Agreement only has a mitigation objective really undermines the needs and the priorities of the Global South. But the third objective that Amalie was referring to the famous 2.1C, if some of you have heard those discussions, it relates to aligning climate finance flows with low emission, resilient development. And that alignment of flows doesn't necessarily entail mobilization to the Global South only. It entails mobilization of all finance flows, with the point that Amalie was making on institutional inertia. Private capital and private investment seeks return. That is the concept under which they create their entire business. And not all climate action is in a capacity to become a profitable investment. And that is an issue because there are different categories of climate action, including issues like capacity building, technology development, reporting, adaptation itself, and policy making, for instance. And these kinds of projects have a difficulty in being what the finance world calls a bankable project, which is basically having the capacity to create return and give back a potential loan. So private flows have focused, therefore, mostly on energy transition and sustainable transport. And that, of course, creates an unbalance, particularly when you think about flows being mobilized to developing countries, because over nearly 90% of those are focused on mitigation, and within mitigation, most of those are focused on energy transition and sustainable transport. So there is still a challenge to be made in terms of the rationale for private finance flows and how they are either influenced or influenced by the Paris Agreement and by the decisions that countries are making. The second limiting factor for mobilization of private capital is, I would say, the way in which the global financial architecture is structured and the reform that has been part of the discussion over the last few years, but that still has to be materialized in a way in which we can influence those sectors, and particularly the multilateral development banks, to value investments differently and to find a way to incentivize the private sector financing on the Global South. So this can be done either by tax exemptions on one side or fines or any other sort of punitive measures on the other, but aimed at the social and environmental responsibility of the financial sector. And without that promotion of that kind of responsibility, the financial sector still works primarily on creating return. And the third reason for a limiting factor on mobilizing private capital is the role and the unrecognized role that governments have in mobilizing non-governmental capital. And the problem there has been that even in negotiations and in negotiating spaces like the UNFCCC, and there was reference to this new collective quantified goal on climate finance that will be adopted at the end of this year in this COP, that the actors and the stakeholders on the table designing the agreements are, at the end of the day, governments only. And the expectation of governments to sit down and write down what other stakeholders should do without necessarily recognizing what they should do to influence those external stakeholders is a mistake. What we've always said is having 2 people sit down or 3 people sit down on the table and decide what a 4th person would do without saying at least the 3 of us will do these things to influence this other 4th person is that mistake. And that's something that has been happening in international fora. So it's more or less a lack of recognition of the responsibility that still governmental stakeholders would have in the mobilization of non-governmental finance. And I think that's important to be recognized in the context of what's going to happen, particularly in this COP, and in the context of the new collective quantifiable goal this year. And finally, just to say that from the Global South perspective and from the experience that we've been having within our projects, the outcome that this COP would have is potentially a giant influence over some of these issues and a giant influence over the private sector, even over the role of developing countries in enabling environments for mobilizing private capital. So we're very much looking forward to seeing what the outcomes of this COP will be and to potentially influencing those outcomes in a beneficial way with the creation of spaces like these and exchanges like these. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. We would really like to open. There's 2 seats, so maybe if they already have 2 volunteers to occupy the seats, it would be great to have we still have more or less 10 minutes. And yes, Caroline Rocha, please. I did suggest that she volunteered.
Hello. Hi. Hello, Andres. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Juliana, for the suggestion to come here voluntarily. But I am really happy to be here. My name is Caroline Rocha. I am co-founder of Amazonians Climate Network, which is a network of specialists and professionals of Amazon origin. And I am a director of public policy and engagement for La Clima, which is also a network of lawyers that study, produce, and work for climate action. So I'm really, really happy to be able to share a little bit about our experiences. La Clima is the only organization in civil society that does systematic and yearly follow-up of agenda items in the UNFCCC system. And as mentioned here, both the UNFCCC and G20 are processes. Both COPs and G20 are processes. And COP30 is not going to happen by itself. It's a process, and it has been very long. So before COP30, we have COP29, and in this COP, we are going to have to settle some very big points, and that culminate in COP30 in Belém, which is my hometown. So I know a little bit. I heard here somebody saying that COP30, everybody's talking about the Amazon as a profound connoisseur. And well, I was born there and I'm not a profound connoisseur. So what I wanted to bring here for reflection is Article 2.1c. As Andres mentioned, we have a very hard battle to reform financial institutions, and Article 2.1c brings the idea, the possibility of adding private, philanthropic, and other types of funds into the UNFCCC system to both scale up good finance and to scale down carbon-intensive activities. And by including non-governmental funds, a financial reform is needed. So as Amal mentioned in the panel before, we do not have the regulatory framework prone to that. So what can we do? How can we reflect as a group here on how to push forward this agenda item in the UNFCCC, but as well in the G20, as to reform financial institutions and to incorporate non-governmental financial flows into the fold? Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Do we have someone else? I think we have one last empty chair to contribute. I might volunteer someone else. You don't want. Catherine doesn't want. Maybe Stefan? He doesn't want to. Oh my God. Does anyone have a question? If that eases. You have a question? There you go.
So, hi everyone. My name is Camila, but I'm from São Paulo. My question is, how to make sure that a women-led project will be part of the financing flows right now?
Thank you, Camila, for that question. I think that's a reflection that has begun happening in the international context recently. And well, probably not as recently, but 2014, for instance, COP20 was the first one to open a gender as an agenda item in the UNFCCC. And since then, the gender negotiations have advanced very much and created what for me is a giant advancement in, for instance, having every project now beginning from the Green Climate Fund needs to have a gender specialist. Or now ministries within governments now have to have a gender and climate specialist. And in this year in particular, I've seen many countries in the region launch their gender and climate strategy. And this opening of eyes throughout has really created, I would say, a consciousness in saying that the climate is not only impacting a particular sector, be it health, agriculture, something, but it's also widening inequalities, gender inequalities, and that projects themselves have to address the climate impacts directly, like in sectors, but they also have to close those inequalities. And I think that's a great thing. And within that agenda and that consciousness, I've seen many in the finance world prioritize these types of projects led by local communities, but particularly women, youth, and indigenous peoples. And I think that's a movement that is happening. But to continue that happening, I think the types of advocacy that we need to create with the international forum need to be very explicit. And I see that just as a general, very positive movement, and I wanted to comment on that.
Do you have any extra question? Do any of you want to react to each other? If not, we're actually leaving on time for the coffee break. I would like to, I've been with a question to myself and maybe leave the group with a reflection from this morning, which is I'll try to use a bit of the lens of have I been giving same old answers to new problems in my own work? So maybe if you all leave a little bit with this reflection, like the problems are new and they demand new answers. And I think this is what we've been trying to do the entire morning and afternoon, and let's continue to reflect that as we go along. And we're back at 4. There you go. Thank you.
Whisper
To just get everybody's attention, if you look at your...
Eu peço a atenção de todos. Se olharem o seu crachá, quem tem um girassol? Quem tem um girassol no crachá? Quem tem um hibisco e uma orquídea?
Slowly getting people's attention. Which flowers did I not mention? Tulip. We had tulips.
A tulipa, será que alguém tem alguma tulipa?
A rose.
E uma rosa? Eu estava esperando que nem todo mundo tivesse a mesma flor, mas muito bem. Nós vamos começar com o próximo painel e, finalmente, nós terminaremos finanças sustentáveis. Agora vamos falar sobre segurança alimentar. Eu chamaria a Alice para falar sobre segurança alimentar.
Alô? Obrigada, Catherine. Dessa vez eu vou mudar a lógica, então ao invés de falar inglês...
Okay, Catherine, I will now follow a new form. I will begin speaking Portuguese. Okay, food security and climate change. Why are we talking about this here within the G20 context? One of the main innovations of the Brazilian presidency of the G20 were the two task forces, one climate change and the other one the fight against poverty and hunger. The work of these, the deliverables, everything is being built while we learn and do and while we understand the legacy of each person. But to be able to advance, we need to understand what's truly happening in the world, which generates this link. Why do we need to talk about food security and climate change in a combined fashion? So this panel, the idea is to offer perspectives from a macro view, a high risk, what is the geopolitics involved, up to the extreme when we have some events, Indonesia, the Philippines, and also in Brazil and elsewhere. So just to begin, I would like to ask you to raise your hand. Who's working with food security today? Okay. Less than a third. And who's working with climate change? Great. This is the type of distribution that we wanted to have when we were organizing the event. We wanted to bring two different groups and bring them together. We know that sometimes when we're too specialized, we end up not doing. To begin, I would like to call Erin. She is speaking to us from the United States. Erin? Where are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mas a gente não te vê.
Yes, I guess we can hear you, but we still can't see you.
I'm sharing my video, so I'm not sure.
Ok, agora sim. A tradução está funcionando bem, Erin?
Okay, can you hear the translation, Erin?
Yep.
Erin Sikorsky.
Okay, great. Erin Sikorsky is a director of the Center for Security and Climate, which is a think tank in the United States, which has been working with several topics linked to security, sovereignty, and that contributes with a very interesting point of view for this geopolitical view. So, Erin, could you please navigate with us about telling us a little bit about what the center does for people to be able to understand? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm really sorry I can't be there in Brazil. with you today, but I'm coming to you from Washington, D.C. And what I thought I would do today, just very briefly, is talk a little bit about how we at the Center for Climate and Security and the International Military Council on Climate and Security think about the intersection of climate, food, and geopolitics, both from kind of a zoomed out lens, and then I'm going to zoom into a specific story from the previous couple of years. But I want to start, a few years ago, I heard a climate reporter being interviewed on CNN, a woman named Emily Atkin. And she was saying that in the future, all reporters will be climate reporters because there isn't a beat that you cover as a reporter that isn't shaped in some way by climate change. And I would argue the same is true for foreign and security policy, right? And for geopolitics. Whether your concern is protecting your population, right? Human security, whether it's securing your state, your borders of your country, or how your relationships are with other countries, right? All of that, if you don't bring a climate lens to it, you're going to miss things or get things wrong, right? Climate change is layering on top of all of the foreign and security policy challenges currently facing the world, and in many cases, most cases, making them worse. But beyond that exacerbating threat, climate change itself is the threat as well, right? And as you know, you all have seen in Brazil with the devastating floods in recent months, but similarly in Kenya, in Bangladesh, in India, just in the past 2 months, have all faced floods that have wiped out communities, wiped out agriculture, right? Reshaped those landscapes in a way that can potentially pose security risks and impact geopolitical dynamics. So that's why the work that we do at the Center for Climate and Security is so focused on this intersection. And we bring leaders who worked in militaries or in embassies as diplomats or development leaders together to better understand how climate is shaping the security landscape and then what we can do about it. A few years ago, we published a report on climate security risks in Brazil. And in that report, we identified 3 categories of risk, which we really, I'll talk about Brazil, but we see them globally, right? When we think about how climate change is shaping risk pathways for countries. The first pathway is the direct pathway, right? Of hazards themselves, climate hazards impacting critical infrastructure, impacting military readiness. We're seeing increased demands on military and security institutions to respond to climate hazards. We've tracked 300 instances in the past 2 years around the world of militaries being deployed to respond to floods or wildfires, to droughts. This is including, of course, in Brazil, not only, you know, in recent months, but in previous times in the past couple of years. We also see direct impacts on things like the energy grid and hydropower, which we talked about in our report on Brazil, that the dependence on river flows and reservoirs for hydroelectricity, obviously fantastic for the green energy transition, for being net zero, but also needing to think about what happens when we have droughts, right? And how that might impact energy production, energy availability. So that's one category of risk, security risk that countries are facing. The second category that we see is more indirect, and this is how climate change contributes to state fragility and conflict risks. Here are things like food and water insecurity, and I'm going to talk more about food in a minute because I know this is the panel that we're on. But we see, again, many examples around the world where under some conditions, increases in food and water insecurity due to climate change contribute to political unrest. They place strains on government capacity to assist at the local level, right, to deliver public goods and services. And when governments can't deliver, then populations take to the streets sometimes, right? And peaceful protest is something we certainly applaud at the center and is a positive action, but sometimes those protests can turn violent and create security risks within countries. And we're seeing this increase more and more, not only in highly vulnerable countries, but also risks in less vulnerable countries as well. One other thing I would say in this indirect risk category is also around disinformation. And we're seeing an increase in disinformation around climate change and climate hazards, especially in the wake of climate hazards. We've seen this in Brazil with the recent flooding and a deluge of social media conspiracy theories about who's behind the flood and how the military isn't responding in some places. We saw the same thing in the United States after the wildfires in Maui last year. And that we saw a directed campaign by China and Russia to undermine response and again blame government actors in the US for starting the wildfires. And so this increase in disinformation, as we have an increase in climate hazards, threatens democratic institutions, it increases polarization within countries, and it potentially weakens countries' ability then to manage the energy transition, manage dealing with climate change. And then the third category of risk is around geopolitics, right? These strains between and among states, this growing divide that we're seeing between the global north and the global south over climate finance in particular. The director of national intelligence here in the United States last year, when testifying before Congress about the most serious threat facing the US, she highlighted this divide and the fact that the global north has not provided the financing it promised, that would cause real challenges in the north's relationship with the global south. And we've seen that play out in the past year. So that is one key area of geopolitical risk, which then plays into the food security challenges. And I'm going to end with I want to zoom in on a specific story that I think illustrates how these cascading risks at the intersection of geopolitics, climate, and food security are shaping the world in which we live. We all know that food has long been central to geopolitical, both cooperation and competition, but is growing even more so as food and agricultural systems face increased strain from climate change and ecological threats. So let's look at 2022, right? We had a world already suffering high levels of food insecurity thanks to the triple C threat, COVID, conflict, and climate, Then you had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia's attacks on Ukraine's agricultural economy and Moscow's use of food insecurity as a pressure point on global South countries upended the global food system and intersected with other dynamics, including climate change, to cause cascading food and insecurity risks. In the immediate wake of the invasion, you had commodities markets looking to India to shore up global wheat supply, right? There was no wheat coming to the market from Ukraine, so commodities markets thought, okay, we're going to replace that with wheat from India. Except you had an abnormal spring heat wave fueled by climate change affect wheat supplies in India that year. Yields across India's wheat belt were 11% lower than anticipated. In some areas, they were off by 20 to 30%. So this loss sent prices in India soaring, which led the government to ban exports of wheat to keep it domestically to feed its population, which then, of course, raised global wheat prices in turn. So this gave India power on the world stage. It was able to strengthen its influence and make exceptions for exports to countries that it wanted to build stronger relationships with, right? At the same time, Moscow was able to use its own wheat harvest to try and curry favor with sub-Saharan African countries in particular, many of whom remained highly food insecure due to climate shocks and the lingering effects of COVID. And so I tell that story just as an anecdote, right, to illustrate that our food system was not prepared for the geopolitical shock of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But at the same time, the food system was not prepared for the climate shocks that then came afterwards, the heat wave in India and in other places around the globe. And the global north was not prepared for the position of the global south facing acute food and climate security risks, then turning to Moscow and partnering with Moscow so they could meet their basic needs of their population, right? So you've got food, you've got climate, and you've got security all intersecting with one another. And I think the challenge is all three of those communities tend to work in silos, right? They don't intersect with one another and they don't learn from one another. And the only way that we're going to manage these systemic risks going forward is if we can build communities and build policies and build practices that connect all three, which is why I'm so excited to be a part of your conference today. I'm so excited to listen to some of the other speakers, and I hope that we can together make progress as we look to the G20, as we look to COP29, to be able to bring these critical issues together. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Thank you so much, Erin. Vou quebrar o protocolo minutinho e ver se alguém tem alguma pergunta.
I am going to break the protocol. Do we have any questions for Erin now? Any questions? Somebody? No. Well, what she just said is so frightening, isn't it? The three simultaneous crises in three silos. I think that every time when we began working with climate change almost 10 years ago in Brazil, one of the questions we asked ourselves was, how can we issue alerts to our society in Brazil about this risk? How can we mobilize people about the imminence of the food risk and climate-related risk? One of the things that I heard often in communities was, listen, we have insecurity today, here, now, to deal with. To talk about what's going to happen in 30, in 50 years doesn't mean anything, because I am insecure now. The point that she has just underscored is that, first of all, this impacts the G20 agenda as a whole. Historically, the G20 has always been impacted by wars, by military interests, etc. But on the other hand, if we want to bring the food security agenda to the G20 meeting, we need to understand these exceptional characteristics. Well, you do not have any questions now, so I would like to invite Andre Einstein. Please come up here, please. Asla Latif from the SDG 2 Advocacy Hub. The idea, as I said in the beginning, was that we would go on bringing conceptual ideas to concrete ideas. I want to hear you. I want to hear your questions. But first of all, I would like you to meet them, because the institutions they represent and the work they already do is great. Let me begin with Asma. Tell us, what is SDG 12? How do you work with food security?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Asma Latif. I'm the policy lead at the SDG 2 Advocacy Hub. Does anybody know what the SDG 2 is? It's the Sustainable Development Goal 2, which is the global goal to end hunger, and it was adopted in 2015 as part of the broader Sustainable Development Goals. It was the first time hunger was thank you, the first time that hunger and malnutrition were recognized as being really foundational and fundamental to the Sustainable Development Goals, to all the broader goals that we have. So the hub was established in 2017, really to foster greater collaboration in advocacy and to keep the focus on the goal as we head to 2030. So now we are 6 years away from 2030, and things are really not looking very good, which is why I'm here and really looking forward to engaging you all on this crucial topic. So what does the hub do? We do three things. We convene, which means in a variety of ways. We're a multi-stakeholder initiative. We're virtual. My colleagues live and work in Australia, East Africa, Europe, and I'm the sole one in the Americas. So we have a broad network that we convene through monthly meetings, and that's an opportunity really to share information of what's happening all over the world around SDG 2. We have specific working groups that are focused on different parts of SDG 2. SDG 2 has 5 components. One is ending hunger, food insecurity. That means you don't have enough calories to keep you going. The second is to end all forms of malnutrition, which means you don't have the right nutrients. So it's undernutrition, you're not getting sufficient nutrients, overweight and obesity, so the whole gamut of malnutrition. The third is smallholder livelihoods, and looking after the people who grow our food. The fourth is agricultural sustainability, and the fifth is biodiversity, agricultural biodiversity. So it's 5 very different areas with very different communities working on each of these areas. And so the hub's role is to try and create a community of all these, because all of these pieces are crucial to achieving SDG 2. So we do that through convening. We also have campaigns. So the 2 campaigns we've got at the moment, one is called Hungry for Action, and it came out of the food crisis post-COVID and post the Ukraine war. We've seen a massive increase in food insecurity. So Hungry for Action is trying to keep food insecurity on top of political agendas, and that's why the G20 is crucial this year and always, quite frankly. So we are, through Hungry for Action, really focused on the political piece. We also have a campaign called Beans is How. And I had a really wonderful lunch of beans today, so I don't think I need to explain to Brazilians of how important beans are. But guess what? Beans are good for the planet, they're good for your nutrition, and they can be really good for livelihoods. And so we have a campaign to double bean consumption by 2028 to really illustrate that there are win-win solutions out there. And then the final thing that we do is really thought leadership and alignment. And we do that through policy products that I'll speak about later, and through a shared narrative, which we call Good Food for All. What is good food? Good food is good for you. Good food is good for farmers. It helps farmers earn a decent livelihood. Good food is good for the planet, and good food is subject to disruption, and that's what we're seeing, the impacts of climate change. So I'll stop there.
Obrigada. André, good food.
Thank you.
Conta pra gente pouquinho.
André, is good food part of your work at the Ibirapitanga Institute? Tell us a little bit about your work there. Yes, good afternoon.
Alô? Alô, alô? Tá dando? Gente, boa tarde. Primeiro, obrigado.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invitation. I want to thank Alice And through her, I want to extend my thanks to all organizers. My name is Gersten. I am here on behalf of the Ibirapitanga Institute, a Rio-based foundation established by Walter Salles, a Brazilian movie maker, who since 2017, 2018, the Institute has been working to support different civil society organizations in Brazil in two different areas or work fronts. Number one, agri-food systems and racial equality systems. These two programs have evolved in the course of time, and to a certain extent, they have also overlapped vis-a-vis other programs, in as much as there are many connections with so much of what has been touched upon in the course of this event today, especially when you consider the equity dimension and agri-food production systems. The role of our institute is about strengthening the ecosystem working on these two work fronts. And in this talk today, I'm going to focus much more on food production, agri-food production systems. We're really talking about a discussion on food security, but while talking about food security and related systems, we should consider more broadly different types of relations that are established, the way food is produced, distributed, and consumed, and the underlying relations. So we're talking about complex systems which involve a role not only for civil society, but rather stand as a key economic area in society. And the speaker who spoke before me underscored the geopolitical dimension of all of that. So we believe our key role consists in strengthening different organizations. Much of the support we give is localized support to target these specific organizations. And when it comes to food systems, we cover a very broad agenda. And one of the key areas when establishing the Ibirapitanga Institute agenda, one of the key efforts was to strengthen the systems-wide approach as we think about food security, while mainstreaming the climate, the right to food dimension, the healthcare dimension, the development, the income creation component. So we're really talking about a number of different interactions and structuring pro-development policies. That I believe is the first challenge. And part of what I'm going to try to share with you is about the efforts to build this approach, support initiatives associated to the agroecological transition. We also consider the consumption dimension, including food habits and the quality of eating habits and eating patterns. I'm going to be talking about eating patterns a little later. And also we wish to strengthen the related ecosystems. In other words, what are the relevant institutions? What are the structures or the framework that has to be in place so that we are able to provide time-sustained responses to improve eating patterns and food habits, bearing in mind that we're talking about a problem that is related to the most frequent cause of avoidable death. I'm not talking about pandemics or floods, as is the case in Rio Grande do Sul, in Brazil's southernmost state. I'm talking about non-communicable diseases, which currently account for 11 million deaths per year. And the key driver behind these diseases are drivers or factors that ultimately stem from food habits or eating patterns. So that's the kind of challenge we have before us when we talk about agri-food production systems. Sounds great. Thank you so much. I believe that system-wide approach that has been mentioned by all three of you is something that for those of us who work in the climate agenda may be difficult to understand. I think much progress has to be made so we understand how to address these issues in a systems-wide manner. Historically, the debate on climate or climate change in Brazil has always been related to the reduction of emissions, agricultural emissions, etc. However, the broader issue is much more structuring from a social perspective. So I would like to understand from you what you view as still lacking in this public debate to help us more systemically address the food production system, especially if you consider the global perspective. You talked about biodiversity, and the SDGs are out there. I mean, there is a clear-cut commitment on the part of different countries to address efforts to fight hunger and alleviate poverty. G20 has also attempted to relaunch this effort. What do you think we still lack to get to relevant solutions, not only in the global debate, but also in Brazil-specific solutions?
Thank you. I was building on what you just said. I think there are 5 areas that I think are missing. So I'll touch on them really quickly, and perhaps we can get into them a bit later. One is nutrition. I think the word food masks that question about, what kind of food. And I think for too long, we've looked at people who are hungry as just needing food. And for too long, low-income communities have had access to food, but it's been poor quality food. It's been food that gives them enough calories, keeps them full, but it doesn't nourish their minds and bodies. And we know now how important good nutrition is to a child's ability, to survive a malnutrition. You need, to survive early childhood, you need good nutrition. We still have around 50 million children a year who are at risk of death. And that has been increasing. Unfortunately, that data is outdated already. We don't have current data. 250 million people, 250 million people right now, are acutely food insecure. Most of them are women and children. So that number, the 50 million, is, I think, an understatement. But if that child does not receive the right nutrition in the first 1,000 days between a woman's pregnancy and the child's second birthday, it impacts their ability to learn, it impacts their lifelong health outcomes, and it impacts materially their ability to earn a living, their livelihoods. There is evidence that children who are malnourished will earn less over their lifetime. So that affects the whole of society. It doesn't just affect that child. That has ripple effects throughout society. So we're not talking enough about nutrition in this debate. Climate change is going to affect nutrition outcomes. First of all, it'll make nutritious foods more expensive. They already are more expensive. It'll become more expensive. Climate change is also affecting the nutrient content of crops. So if we're not paying attention to that, we are also going to pay for it down the road. And nutrition and shifting to more nutritious diets are, by the way, a major climate solution. The reason we've hinted at it this morning and today, but agriculture contributes 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. And it's the wrong type of agriculture. We are focused on 5 commodities that are delivering a lot of calories, but they're not nourishing us. And so shifting to more healthy diets will have a huge impact. Second, smallholder farmers. It's not just charity to focus on smallholder farmers. During COVID, during the lockdowns, who was feeding local communities? There was no food going from one place to the other. It was the smallholder farmers who are keeping their local communities going. They are the most resilient people on the planet, and they're facing so many more challenges every single day because of the climate crisis. And again, they can be part of the solution. You make food supply chains smaller, you're reducing your global greenhouse gas emissions. You're putting more money into the pockets of rural communities. They will flourish. They will need less aid and social protection. This is a smart win-win solution. We're not thinking about them that way. We're thinking there is a bias towards big agricultural projects. Smallholders gets lost in that conversation. Third, fiscal space. Most developing countries do not have fiscal space. They spent a lot of money during COVID dealing with, trying to keep their populations protected, both from health and also meeting the food security needs of their populations when the whole world was locked down. That was a huge expense. 65 of the 73 countries that receive money from the World Bank's zero interest grant portfolio, IDA, are in debt distress. They cannot do this alone. And they are also at the forefront of climate change. We need to think about solutions that get them funding immediately. This is not a long-term thing. Third, we don't think about the trade-offs. Fourth, we don't think about the trade-offs enough. What will be the implications of certain climate policies on food insecurity? We could switch to all organic immediately, but would low-income households be able to afford it? We need to be thinking about the trade-offs as we think about the policy, about these policies. And finally, we need to be more proactive and take anticipatory action. We have enough information right now to know that a drought is coming next year, that El Nino is, we know about El Nino. We have a lot of information. Are we pre-positioning nutritious foods so that communities are not facing food insecurity every time there's a crisis? No, we're not doing that. Why aren't we doing that? It just doesn't make sense. And the backsliding means higher and higher humanitarian costs. Do you know that between 2019 and 2020, the amount of money needed to deal with humanitarian disasters doubled from 25 billion to 50 billion? And guess what? It has stayed at 50 billion for the last 4 years. This is not sustainable. We need to be finding solutions that prevent communities from becoming food insecure. So I'll stop there.
Eu estou quase passando essa pergunta depois da resposta da Asma.
I was about to skip the question after Asma's answer, what a great and comprehensive answer. So I'm going to try to touch on the key elements of the question and perhaps try to add a few questions for our reflection here. I think one of the dimensions that we're still lacking, and which Asma addressed as being more about nutrition, and I will perhaps address more as health or healthcare. I think it is fair to say that when you look at the relation between climate change and health, or nutrition, I think the health dimension must be added to the equation. And let me refer to the Lancet Commission report on global syndrome. I'm not sure you're familiar with this report. It's a report issued by the Lancet Commission describing what they came to term as the global syndrome. In other words, a mutual reinforcement among 3 different pandemics: the climate change pandemic, the nutrition or malnutrition pandemic, and the obesity pandemic. And ironically enough, the obesity and the malnutrition pandemics are different faces of the same problem. The root or the origin to the same or to both pandemics is ultimately traceable to food insecurity. So when you take a look at these 3 different dimensions, food insecurity, climate-related cause, I think a third element must be added, because if you don't add a third or this third element, you're more likely to consider the kind of potential solution which may work by way of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, but which will nevertheless end up producing additional impacts, especially on the most vulnerable populations. So when you consider, for example, all of the emergency response processes, it is really very difficult to talk about quality of food or food quality or nutritional quality in a context of food insecurity, because intuitively we think, well, if someone is hungry or starving, any kind of food will be enough or will be good enough. But we are ultimately adding an additional layer of impact, which is really their health or lack of health. So what may ultimately seem to be a much needed response will ultimately impact populations in a further and further manner. So if you don't consider the health component, you will only be considering partial solutions in the end of the day, or say tentative solutions that will certainly further deepen negative impacts and therefore unevenly impact populations. So that's all I thought I would add to what we have heard so far. And since we're talking about this, maybe you could share an example of a project that the Institute may be supporting today, which somehow addresses the intersectional elements you just described. The global syndemy, or the global syndemics report, refers to different initiatives and projects that will have a twofold impact, or sometimes an even threefold impact. So I think it is an important question really to bear in mind, because the path towards the relevant answers will inevitably involve being able to successfully and simultaneously achieve all those key components. And perhaps part of the answer is about all of response. It is not a single response that can be scaled up from a given technology. No, it is the kind of response that grows from and emanates from grassroots and social movements. It starts with food production, but does not end with food production. It is about income creation. It is about producing high quality products. It is about access to land. It is about development, territorial development, community-based development, to be more specific. So I believe that this kind of solution, which is by definition much more complex in terms of coordination and orchestration, this kind of solution is sometimes viewed as a niche kind of solution. I mean, only with difficulty would anyone be against agroecology as a practice. I mean, potentially yes, but not very often. The fact is, nevertheless, that many people view agroecological solutions as the kind of solution that cannot possibly respond to a broader scale, the scale of the challenge we currently face. It is as though for up to 90% of food supply, we would use our business as usual solution, which has brought us to where we are today with all of the problems that we have today. And for the 10%, if we're lucky, we will have localized agroecological short-circuit food production chains, as Asma indicated. So I think the challenge before us is all about changing this mindset, because only with difficulty will we be able to disrupt the cycle. And that is the kind of challenge I believe we can only face up to collectively. It is not a challenge for civil society, for social movements only. It is obviously going to be the kind of challenge that will inevitably have to involve the private sector community as well, given its production capability, its scale, or scalability. Of course, talking about is easier than moving towards the transition. And the key challenge here is perhaps changing the underlying logic in incentives. If we work with short-term incentives, only with difficulty we will go anywhere. And I think this kind of debate will help us move on. Asma, would you say G20 can somehow contribute to change these incentives or the underlying logic, and if so, how?
No, I'm really excited about President Lula putting hunger and poverty at the heart of this G20. It isn't the first time the G20 has focused on this. During the last food crisis, major food crisis in 2009, the G20 created the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program as a response to that food crisis. And it did have a big impact initially, but then we all got complacent. We took our foot off the accelerator, and the program actually never lived up to the original vision. And so I think there is a huge opportunity for the Global Alliance to take stock of what has worked and what hasn't worked over the last 10, 15 years. And Brazil has a lot to offer. I mean, the lessons from Brazil's own very rapid reduction in food insecurity in the early 2000s shows that with political will, with the resources, with innovative approaches, with a comprehensive approach, you can really have a big impact in a short period of time. And again, we've got 6 years, so we really need to get this done. And 6 years is to achieve the SDG goal. We've got less to stay within 1.5, and so I think the urgency is really to start to think about these solutions right now. It is critical that the G20 align behind shared priorities, because right now the SDG 2 space, as I mentioned, there are 5 targets. We're very siloed. It's very fragmented. There are a lot of amazing initiatives, lots of amazing people working on this, quite a bit of money also flowing to SDG 2. We're not getting the results that we need. So we need alignment. We need political leadership and sustained political leadership. It's not enough for Brazil to do this year and perhaps take it into COP30, which is the hope, but it has to last. I mean, we need sustained leadership across the G20s. So how Brazil passes the torch to South Africa, and then depending on the US election, to the United States in 2026, I think there's a lot that needs to happen. And then we need financing, and that's a huge area for the G20. The G20 has been really innovative on the MDB reform space. They need to apply that same level of innovation to this challenge. And, we have, there is money going into SDG 2, it's not enough. So we need 2 things. We need more money in the system. So that's more ODA. The G7 needs to put in more money. As Erin mentioned, that lack of trust between the global north and global south. This year, the World Bank's soft loan window, IDA, is being replenished. The African Union has called for 120 billion for IDA. That would be a substantial increase. The G7 is meeting next week in Italy, and they've put an ambition of a 25% increase for the G7. Will that be met? So IDA 21 is crucial. And it's the last full IDA cycle before we hit 2030. So it is crucial. And then moving forward on the MDB reform and keeping on that, I think is really important. And then on the doing better side, the G20 could do a lot to repurpose their own agricultural subsidies. I mean, there are a lot of subsidies. We're subsidizing a lot of things that are killing the planet and killing us. So that is stuff that G20 countries themselves can do something about, and all countries for that matter. Repurpose your subsidies to do things that are actually win-wins and beneficial for us. And then let's leverage existing platforms. Every country has a school meals program. Every country, or most countries, have social protection programs. Every government is procuring from commercial markets. They're using their own taxpayer money to buy. Let's make sure we're buying things that are nutritious, that are good for the planet, that are paying people well. Those are things that could be done almost immediately.
Obrigada. A gente vai passar para o continuar no nosso
Thank you.
próximo painel, mas eu queria pedir, André, de repente para você colocar uma pergunta para o próximo painel. Quando a gente pensa no Brasil, quando a gente está falando de liderança brasileira, a gente também tem várias questões para resolver internamente. Que pergunta você gostaria de deixar para os outros panelistas que vão entrar agora para continuar aprofundando essa reflexão?
Eu não sei quem são os panelistas, então vou fazer uma pergunta assim, sem pensar muito em quem vão ser os interlocutores. Mas acho que tem dois desafios que eu acho que são bastante significativos e que eu gostaria de ouvir eles elaborarem mais. Um é o desafio que tem a ver com a coordenação desses ecossistemas, né? Então a a gente apresenta aqui elementos, fala da necessidade de um trabalho mais colaborativo, de enfrentar os grandes desafios que a gente tem de forma conjunta, mas como fazer isso não é trivial, né? Então, quem são os atores e como aprofundar, melhorar esse trabalho de coordenação desses ecossistemas que envolvem atores com lógicas e incentivos muito diferentes, né? E naturezas muito diferentes. Acho que essa é uma questão. E a outra, eu tinha anotado uma coisa aqui. A outra dimensão tem a ver com como a gente amplia os incentivos para a experimentação e consegue transpor as experimentações, tentativas de elaboração de novas respostas para escala, para o tipo de solução na dimensão que a gente precisa de enfrentamento. Às vezes eu sinto que a gente fica ou numa chave, né, do projeto muito local, com baixa capacidade de ganhar dimensão, mas com muita qualidade intrínseca, ou com soluções que partem de um outro registro, que trabalham numa outra escala, mas não oferecem os elementos necessários para o tipo de transformação, para a qualidade da transformação que a gente precisa. Então, como fazer essa conexão entre essas duas dimensões?
Maravilha, ótimo. Obrigada. E vou chamar a Alison para seguir o próximo painel, a continuidade desse painel e a gente continuar aprofundando nesse tema. Obrigada.
Hi. I'd like to thank our last panel for some really fascinating discussion. And I think we've heard very clearly how important nutrition and health is and food is to all of us. And so we're going to move on to this next panel where we're hoping to kind of make the connection a bit stronger between the issues around poverty and food and climate change. So I'm going to ask my other panelists to come up and join me. And this panel as well is going to be done in both English and Portuguese, so if everybody has their translations ready for those who need it. Okay. The first thing we're going to do is I've asked the panelists to introduce themselves, and I've asked them to keep it to 2 minutes because we're trying to keep this quite interactive because I am conscious that we are the only thing standing between you and a drink at the end of the night. So first up, Joan, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone here?
Yes, so boa tarde again. I'm Joan. I'm from Samdana Institute. We are based in the Philippines and in Indonesia. We work with indigenous peoples and local communities across Southeast Asia. One of our core thematic work is on food security. So in the last 20 years that we have been working with indigenous peoples and local communities, we see that food security is a building block before communities can, it literally fuels that struggle for recognition of rights, and securing tenure, and it's a two-way issue, intersecting issue where land tenure can have a big impact on the community's capacity to secure themselves, make themselves sustainable. At the same time, food security could very well derail communities' focus on their struggle for community and land rights. So that's it.
Thank you. Renata, do you want to go next and introduce yourself to the panel?
Boa tarde a todos, prazer estar aqui.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Renata Miranda. I am Secretary for Innovation and Sustainable Development, Linking and Cooperativism in the Ministry of Agriculture. It's a long title, but it does represent not even a tenth of what we do. It is a very extensive agenda at the federal level. We work with all topics that have to do with climate change, sustainable production, the ABC, low carbon agriculture, which is under our coordination. We talk about soil, water, irrigation, the culture of cocoa beans, and all productive chains with the exception of fisheries to help in terms of innovation and connectivity with innovation, and also to consider such a sad moment. The climatology is under our secretariat. It is a great opportunity to be here. I am a career engineer, food engineer. I worked at Embrapa, and to have the opportunity of discussing the relationship that exists between food security and climate change. These are two complicated topics, and now one variable affects the other significantly. So I am at your orders, at your disposal.
Thank you very much. Mike, you're up next.
Oi, gente, tudo bem? Boa tarde. Eu sou
Hello,
Mike.
everybody. My name is Mike. Good afternoon. I work at Party. I wonder if you know it. It's a philanthropic agency acting globally in certain areas. I am not going to go into into details about everything we do. I will just focus attention in food systems. And in food systems, we understand that it is a very complicated topic, and we chose to act in agriculture, mainly in a program that we call regenerative agriculture, focusing attention on family farmers and also in public policies and base movements. The movements of small farmers, of people who use agroecology. How can they change their land? This is our focus, to have public policies accessed by these people who are truly using sustainable agriculture techniques to change their territories. It's a pleasure to be here, and good afternoon. I am Luis Carlos Abramovay, full professor of the School of Public Health at the University of São Paulo. The José de Castro seat at the university was created because the public health school in its nutrition department was developing international work recognized as one of the most fruitful and impacting globally in the area of nutrition. But what we still lacked was a link between what happens with nutrition and what happens with productive systems and distribution or industrialization systems that are related to nutrition and problems found by researchers of the nutrition department about contemporary nutrition. I substituted Teresa Campello in this seat. We develop research work in a variety of topics that have to do with productive systems. Right now, we're about to publish a paper on animal well-being. This was a topic that was discussed here, a topic that is very important when we're talking about agro-food systems. And last year, of the 300 papers presented by G20 in India, our paper about the monotony of our global food system is among the 27 papers to be published by G20. This year, on the 12th of June, we will have an event with Embrapa about the monotony of the global food system. And you're all invited to this seminar, to this event.
Excellent. Thank you very much. As you can all tell, we have some pretty impressive people up in front of you. And since so many of us here are part of the philanthropy community, the first question I want to ask is that We know so many philanthropists come at these topics from very specific silos, whether they're looking at justice or finance, methane, transport. And so I'm going to ask you, why should all these people get involved in food insecurity and climate, and how should they do it? Now, I know you could all go on for quite a while on this, so I'd like everybody to just pick one or two messages to give to the philanthropic community here. Who wants to go first? Or I'm going to voluntold people.
Tá bom, então eu vou começar. O Banco Mundial.
Okay, I'll begin. The World Bank has just published a report, Recite for a Living Planet. The first sentence of this report is, the system that feeds us is feeding the global climate crisis. This is a very interesting and important sentence because the agro-food system corresponds to 30% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. It is the most important factor for the destruction of biodiversity, and it is a very important vector of pollution, not only because of the use of pesticides, but also because of the growing use of antibiotics in animals. And this is one of the factors that is leading to the antimicrobial resistance considered by the World Health Organization as one of the major public health problems today, which has already killed in 2019 5 million people. 70% of antibiotics produced by man are for animals. 45% of these antibiotics are used in China, where animals depend on vast extensions occupied by Brazilian soy. Can you understand how important it is to begin thinking about a global agro-food system? And the second largest consumer in using antibiotics, participating with 8%, is the United States. So my first message is as follows. Climate change, the destruction of biodiversity, pollution, animal well-being, and evidently obesity, which is right at the origin of diseases that kill the most in the world. The World Bank report argues that of the 10 major causes for death and disease in the world, 6 are related to food. The agricultural success, contemporary food crops are obviously wrong. As we are in an event that has to do with philanthropic foundations, it is very important for us to remember that at the origin of the present agro-food system, we have 2 philanthropic institutions, Rockefeller and Ford, that have paid for Norman Dollar's research work that gave origin to the Green Revolution. It is very important to consider that both these foundations are investing giant efforts to transform the agricultural and food producing system. Okay, now I think it is obvious that I have to speak. Thank you for the opportunity, Professor. You are offering us an opportunity to deal with serious targets in our society, because what has brought our development level is not what's going to take us to the future. Absolutely not. I guess we're all committed here with a basic assumption that we need to change our development model in all aspects. But when we look at the past, And it is very important to look at the past to know what led us to this situation of crisis. We cannot forget that when we say that climate change is anthropogenic, we need to remember that this anthropo has a name, a location. We know how to map this. Who are the main emitters and who are the main emission sources? We cannot forget this, because if we want to build future bases based on a contemporary context, we need to consider the past. And the past is simple. Fossil fuels. We need to attack this. If we transform any other economic sector, and if we do not change our energy source, we are going to continue suffering from climate change. It is fundamental to consider that after 250 years, we have the right address. But I agree totally. We need to revisit our entire development model, including agriculture. And this is what we've been doing. In Brazil, we need to become proud of what we're doing. We sometimes forget how good we are, and we forget to see leaps in our territory. We need to remind ourselves that we were the first country in the world to present a low carbon agriculture plan. Not only the first, but we are the only country that has a target that's been based on a scientific protocol. This leads us to the most ambitious low-carbon agriculture plan on the planet. Does it respond to all issues? No, it doesn't. Agriculture, despite we can refer to agriculture as an only word, it is unable to translate the Brazilian agricultural system. It is a mosaic of systems, and I would like to answer to our colleagues' question. Both your questions are extremely interesting, and in G20 we say a lot about this. There's no single route. There's no only response. We need to recognize the vocation of each territory. We need to recognize that we need several paths to be able to reach new sustainable models. We cannot consider that ecology is going to respond to everything, because short gains are fundamental. The problem of food security and climate change, the first answer we think about is resilient communities. We need to consider short value chains, because we reduce the problem of infrastructure, you generate income, you expand production diversity, we reduce the impact over the supply. But not all regions are able to generate these short chains, because that has to do with vocation. We need to have different routes. And I would like to remind you, food security doesn't only mean production of food. Sometimes we associate the climate issue with the production of food. Food security is a problem of distribution and access. We produce a lot more food. We would be able to feed the entire population. This doesn't happen because of issues that have to do with social inequality, lack of distribution equality, because of excessive losses and waste. The electric energy, which is a fundamental component, we need to very quickly focus attention on social inequality, including health, education, and other aspects that are fundamental for us to very quickly overcome these crises that have to do with central social problems.
As you can tell, we have a very passionate panel here, which is excellent for the last thing. Who wants to take up the mantle next? Mike.
Eu queria tocar em 3 pontos aqui.
Okay, I would like to discuss 3 points. The question, I think, was targeted to all of us. The professor has mentioned the responsibility of philanthropic institutions, mainly about the role in the green revolution. There's no silver bullet. We thought that it would be easy to feed the world population, but we don't think along this way anymore. Who's suffering with climate change today? Those who suffer are those who offer solutions. Philanthropy and philanthropic institutions can help to shed light over these solutions. Here, we have some solutions that we already know about. I think I can mention the publication launched today with knowledge and experience of indigenous populations. They have several solutions for food security. We have the FIPA initiative here. Uh-oh, his microphone. Okay. Okay. And we have some solutions that are based on peripheral community solutions. And there are several other initiatives. The professor mentioned the food monotony, and he offered interesting ideas about the way we produce food and the way we consume food. And there's an interesting problem to stress the voices of the global south, creating a narrative for all of us. Normally, this narrative is based on what's produced in the global north, and that's different from our reality. The G20 is an opportunity for us to create our own narrative. Where do we want to go? How is Brazil placed in this transition, and what is the position of the global south in this scenario? It is an opportunity for us to talk about our experience and to create our own narrative. This is the role of philanthropic institutions. Philanthropic institutions can and must help. This is what we try to do with our programs, to offer more dignity, for example, for small farmers. Dignity for them means freedom of choice, so that they can choose what they're going to produce, where they're going to invest, and what type of agriculture they want to have. Sometimes they can't even choose what they're going to produce, and they are suffering with food insecurity. This is one of the main points that we are trying to discuss here.
While I was preparing for this panel, what occurred to me is that we discussed about climate change at present being the biggest threat, the biggest problem that we are dealing with. But I think if we do go back historically some decades, at some point in time, climate change was a result of the activities that we were doing, and it's a result of the mono agriculture or the industrial agriculture that's dominating the whole world now. And then, and at present now, it becomes the catalyst that causes all these issues in the food industry. So I think the professor has painted that very quick connection and the whole global food system and the problem. And another striking thing is that, as you mentioned, that it's not food insecurity is not only about the lack of the quality of food, but it's also about distribution and access. For us, in the Philippines, we say that the Philippines is an agricultural country, but the most impoverished or the the people who are suffering most from hunger in our country are the farmers themselves, because they are not planting for their own needs, but they are planting to meet market demand. And I think that that is one of the, it's a global scale issue, and it's just, and it's dominated by, the economic policies and what was discussed earlier about how countries hold power over other countries because of this, the supply and demand. I think that, again, as we said earlier, that while these are global scale issues, but models or practices that's already happening on the ground can be examples or can be ways to move forward. Another thing that I would like to comment on earlier is that I just found that what I disagree with is the statement that nutritious food is becoming more expensive. And for us who are supporting farmers who are practicing agroecology-based farming and smallholders who are still practicing their local and innate knowledge on agriculture, we disagree that nutritious foods do not have to be expensive, because families can grow their own foods. And again, because from our perspective, supporting indigenous peoples to assert their rights in their land, this is a very big issue where, for example, communities are not able to find the herbs and the other, other forage foods that they need because they've been cut off from these lands being claimed by other individuals or entities. And because of market-driven demands and linking market demands with climate mitigation. So there's a lot of program on agroforestry. And in one project where they encourage the farmers and subsidize farmers to plant coffee, there is a research and a publication that says that after several years, this community is suffering from silent hunger. So while they have the cash income, but the food that they used to grow to address their nutrition needs are gone. So there's silent hunger in that, and we have to review these kinds of models, these kinds of practices.
Thank you. We will get the mic sorted, I promise. Well, there's two things I'd really like to pick up from the comments everybody made. Everybody remarked about how integrated food is to energy issues, to land use, to climate change. And the other thing that you all mentioned is that there's a really new global South narrative coming out about this. And maybe new is the wrong word, but maybe it's finally the rest of us are starting to listen, is perhaps a better way of putting it. And so with the two task force on hunger and poverty and climate change that's coming out of this G20, and the fact that the G20 moves to another global South country in South Africa next year, I'm interested to know what kind of legacy you would like to see this G20 leave and what you would like to see picked up next year. Renata, do you want to start?
Posso começar?
May I? That's an excellent question. And I think we must all think about this new hat we have in our hands, an extremely important hat. If Brazil is currently at the G20 presidency this year, next year it'll be at the presidency of the BRICS, and then followed by COP30. So it's a wonderful geopolitical opportunity for Brazil. So we need to be able to drive the discourse towards a more moderate discourse. Up until recently, the discourse or the narrative has remained in the hands of developed countries. They have a different development reality and a different ability to make choices, because when you have a high level of development, you're able to make different choices, more choices. The menu of choices is much broader. I mean, broadly speaking, microphone, please. The HDI difference, the Human Development Index. apparently Switzerland didn't like what I was about to say. I mean, the difference the difference between Brazil's HDI and Switzerland's HDI is more or less the difference between Brazil and Kenya, which is viewed as one of Africa's most developed countries. That gives you an idea of the difference in discourse, or the asymmetry in discourse or narrative. And that is why the point on common or shared but differentiated responsibilities is so very important when it comes to climate, because those who prepare the best reports are not necessarily the ones who are producing the best results. Absolutely not, because we must, of course, differentiate when we look at countries' ability to address simple countries, such as, for example, simple tasks, such as, for example, reporting. So I think we must bring the responsibility to Brazil's hands to be the middle country. In other words, although we are among the 10 largest economies in the world, Brazil is part of the global south, and therefore it can communicate and well represent the difficulties facing developing countries. Brazil is also a major center for technology regarding agricultural technology, sustainable technology in a tropical environment, which very much represents the global south. And furthermore, we will be able to lead by example, I hope. And I'd like to answer your first question, which I believe I forgot to answer earlier. And I think one way to overcome challenges and bring these two topics together, food security and climate change, as regards agricultural production, is about combining a win-win solution by combining production efficiency and climate efficiency, meaning that you have to produce more per hectare by using the best and most sustainable practices and by combining the best mitigation and adaptation results. So regardless and irrespective of whatever pathway we follow, that would be a world where you have the maximum of efficiency and the maximum of climate mitigation to reduce or lessen environmental impact while boosting, of course, social impacts. And may I wrap up with one more brief comment, just taking or making the most of the fact that Brazil has G20 presidency today. And those of you who have taken part in climate discussions in Brazil know all too well that very often Brazil was not so actively involved in discussions regarding loss and damages, because we were pretty much free from extreme climate events as we have just recently experienced in Brazil's southernmost state. So we must bring to our agenda not only discussions regarding adaptation and mitigation, but rather the task of how are we going to ensure we are able to produce food in a situation of total loss and damages, as has been the case in southern Brazil recently. Well, I think there are two key messages for G20. May I go back to the World Bank report to talk about the first message? The World Bank report indicates that 68% of agri-food emissions, globally speaking, come from middle-income countries, i.e. Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, etc. 21% of high or 21% from high-income countries, but in high or from high-income countries, on a per capita basis, agri-food related emissions are much higher than is the case in middle-income countries, and 11% from low-income countries. In low-income countries, the vast majority of emissions come or stem from deforestation. There are only two middle-income countries where deforestation contributes substantially to greenhouse gas emissions, and they are Indonesia, which has just radically or drastically reduced its emissions, and Brazil, which has reduced greenhouse gas emissions from the Amazon region, but has nevertheless increased deforestation in Brazil's neotropical savannas, the so-called Cerrado lands. So my first message to G20 is G20 should convey a clear-cut message about zero deforestation to the world. It is no longer possible for us to keep on fighting to strike climate balance and keep on deforesting lands. When you take a plane and use fossil fuels, you may say there's some usefulness because a given service is being provided. But when you deforest the land, only crime and destruction are benefiting from the crime. So zero deforestation, not illegal zero deforestation, but zero deforestation period. The world does not have to deforest lands to achieve sustainable ecosystems or ecosystemic services and sustainable food production. The second message, I think, is given or has been given by the World Economic Forum. And the message is, back in December, the World Economic Forum launched a document showcasing, and by the way, I had never seen a document issued by the World Economic Forum with such a violent or aggressive message, to certain documents that are part of the World Economic Forum, a message against ultra-processed foods. The key message in that document was about the fact that consumption of ultra-processed foods is fundamentally detrimental to the world's poorest segments of the population. 68% of obese people in the world are found in the world's poorest countries. Of course, the Americans account for, or 40% of the American population have obesity-related diseases. But the fact is that the expansion of obesity in the world is really outstanding and tremendous and has proved very much detrimental to public health. And the challenge must be faced up to globally, not just as a side issue. And may I highlight a fundamental example from Brazil, the example of the so-called food guide, first published 10 years ago, and which was very much followed by other Latin American countries, and which currently has a strong influence on the US food guide, which up until then was substantially influenced by big food. And their influence has been increasingly challenged. When we talk about big food, the big food industry, globally speaking, the presence and the importance of big food in the agri-food production system must also be discussed publicly. Two companies control 95% of animal genetics for poultry. Four companies control 67% of pork or swine genetics in the world. There are four countries or four companies that prevail in the world grain trade, and which ultimately determine the current monotony of the world's agri-food system. Humankind is familiar with 7,000 products that can be planted or collectible. However, the fact is that 70% of the calories currently consumed by humankind come from 6 products only. We can no longer persist and insist on a model that changes or tries to change monotony, food monotony, into a virtue. There's an inherent problem there, and fortunately, the world's most important philanthropic foundations are committed to fighting food monotony in today's world. It is always so good to benefit from these lessons and master classes. I love them. Now, from our perspective, leaving a legacy behind is already a good thing. We have seen that there are actions on the way, but the legacy is not being thought about. And we know that we are on our way to the upcoming COP conference of the parties, which is surrounded by a number of uncertainties in Brazil. We are familiar with the likely scenarios and challenges between now and then, but there's also, of course, broad-ranging mobilization in civil society as a whole to converge towards the COP agenda, which up until recently was not really an agenda item for many organizations, but which has now become. The climate agenda is now central to many organizations. So that, I think, is a legacy. But I think we also want to look for a more legacy or a more concrete legacy. If we want to have more accessible, more broad-reaching policies, that's perhaps one of the key legacies from G20. There's always, of course, the infrastructure legacy, but that will depend from territory to territory, especially when we consider Amazonian cities, where urban development has not really advanced so much, considering the remote areas in Brazilian in the Brazilian hinterlands, but the legacy in the form of more accessible public policies. In the case of hunger and food security, we might be looking at some kind of concrete action targeting each territory based on their natural vocation, their natural call, which may be a significant legacy. There's a long and extensive way to go between now and then, but if we're able to, at the very least, achieve that kind of legacy, that will be a plus and a step forward, an important step forward for us.
Thank you. Joan, would you like to chip in?
Just very short. I think that the Brazilian presidency of the G20 has set some good practices, and as I've begun to understand since yesterday that this G20 is a process, and I think that this is what the legacy could be, that this process continues and builds on and brings more dimension into the discussion. So just like this, looking more closely at in this panel, as we have discussed, I think that there are still more voices that could be brought on board, and that hearing also from the intentions of the NGO associations, how they prepare to turn over this side of the working groups and the conversations to the next host of the G20. I think that would be a very big stepping stone to continue the discussion, just so that this does not go back to step one or to step zero, but we continue on building. And the other one is that I think that the South-South connection should be strengthened. There's a lot that could still be learned, and I think that it's a process of also influencing the G20, the idea of shifting the power and allowing space for Southern countries to also reclaim that power in this discussion.
So I'm going to give the opportunity, because as you can see, we've got some really passionate, informed speakers, and it's been great to really see the audience engage with them. So I'm going to throw it out in case there are any questions, because I'd like to offer that opportunity. And then we will sum up afterwards. So we've got a couple questions here. We'll take this one here, and then this one in the front, and then we'll let the panelists respond.
Olá, pessoal. Primeiramente, boa tarde.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Irley. I am the CEO of the Resilient Waters Institute, an agricultural technician and an agri-forestry engineer by trade. So the discussions here are very much linked to what I have been developing as a professional. My question to you, as part of my research projects, I have noticed that we do need a change, and the kind of change that doesn't always come at the speed we actually need. So my question is, how do you view the ongoing changes in the food sector, in agriculture, especially as regards sustainability with a focus on adaptation, mitigation? I mean, what is your take? What is your view on this much needed change based on what we have realized and what we have witnessed as a result of the climate change? We do see that there is a sense of urgency. There should be a sense of urgency. So how can you engage in a dialogue with agribusiness, the agribusiness sector, and sit at the table to propose more sustainable solutions, and do so quickly?
Thank you. And let's grab the second question, and I'll give the panelists a chance to respond.
Boa tarde para todo mundo. Eu sou a Júlia Mota.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Julia Mota. I work at the Agbara Fund, the first fund targeting Black women in Brazil. So to give you some background, I think it is fair to say that many solutions have been described today that are being adapted at a local level, plus ideas and new proposals. But it's always, of course, good to look at the underlying roots to the problem. When we consider food security and climate change, and when you go back in the past, you see that the origin of the issues in Brazil started from the colonial period and plantation practices, the way we would produce agriculture in the past and the way we have continuously produced up until recently. The question regarding food security in Brazil affects Black women directly. 33% of Black women are negatively affected by food security as compared to only 10% of white men. So looking back at the past and the historic debt that that Brazil has towards the black population, we see that food insecurity is directly associated with the economic issue. I think the debate didn't really talk much about the historic debt and economic redress or reparation, land reform, agrarian reform, land distribution. I think it's about ensuring that money or funds ensuring that money and funds find their way to the hands of Black people. So I would like to know from you whether you see a direct relation between the climate discussions, the climate crisis, and the debate on redress or reparation. And since we do have a government representative, considering this moderate narrative Brazil intends to have in G20, would you say you would be willing, the government of Brazil would be willing to include reparation as part of its narrative? Thank you so much for that question. I would like to use the opportunity to say that this has always been a banner of mine. I am the only woman secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture, and I carry all races, all colors, and I make a point of representing them always, never allowing anyone to forget that there is a historic past behind us, which we must recover and redress or repair so that we are able to indeed talk about a different future. So I have often said that there's no way we can, combine the term sustainability with the term inequality because there is an inherent contradiction between the two terms. So I do talk about gender equality. That is absolutely fundamental. Race diversity is also key and essential when we talk about sustainability. So thank you so much for that question. You cannot forget what I said earlier. What has brought us up to where we are today will not take us into the future. We have come out of a past marked by colonization and slavery. Up until the 1960s, there were no such a thing as social rights. I mean, the 1960s were just the other day in historical terms. So up until the 1960s, we had regimes in place, labor regimes, and laws which had been built and established up until recently. Microphone, please. We don't seem to know which mic works. Anyway, the topic of the upcoming COP30 is just transition, fair transition. And the current administration is very much concerned about ensuring that there be a voice given to all communities, to the original peoples, including vulnerable communities, and how to best move towards a fair, just transition, while, of course, placing the hunger and sustainability agenda as our flagship. So I have no doubt whatsoever that not only in G20, but also in the upcoming COP30, these topics will prevail over any other topics. Now, regarding your question, in any national or international forum, the title has been how to speed up. How do we speed up adoption of proper measures so as to be able to respond to the climate emergency and do so more swiftly? There are many things I could say here, but what I'm going to tell you is that necessarily the response will have to come from two ends. If on the one hand, from a production system perspective, we must speed up the technology transition and adoption of new technologies, i.e. technical assistance, new, more adapted technologies, training, capacity building, connectivity. I often say connectivity is absolutely key to reduce inequality and speed up the adoption of relevant technologies, because connectivity is how you can ensure information can get there more quickly. So there are structuring issues, and there are also other issues which can be solved very easily. On the other hand, however, we must change the consumption model. We have a consumption model that is disproportionate and poorly organized, and which does change and impact the entire production system. And that does have a huge impact. So there has to be more awareness building among the population. And of course, demand will ultimately shape supply.
Change, yeah, this, because it's a global issue and it's like a whole system, then the process needs to be sustained. And as I said, I think there are some voices that are not yet on board. There are still many more initiatives related to reviving natural agriculture, documenting and reviving the traditional food systems of indigenous peoples, looking at their local practices that have sustained, that have established mutually beneficial relationships between people and the ecosystem. So there are many separate, independent movements out there, including movements on good food. Like in our country as well, there's a model wherein an organization asks individuals to become members, and these members pay in advance so that they could support smallholder farmers. And then when the time comes, then they deliver the vegetables direct to the consumers. So there are new models, and this kind of transaction and delivery of goods also use the internet technology. So there are many models that are being tested, and I think that it's just that we really need to continue reaching out and continue to explore and building on, so that this gradual process of the transition towards more earth-saving, life-saving, life-giving food system, we could bring it back.
Roberto or Mike, would you like to offer a comment to either of the questions before we wrap up?
Olha, eu sou presidente do conselho do Imaflora, que é uma organização de
I am the chairman of the Gimaflora Council, an agricultural institution that talk to large producers all the time. We need to have this dialogue. We cannot mistake the low level of the rural group of congressmen with Brazilian farmers, the great Brazilian farmers. In situations of extreme climate-related events, the main production of grains in Brazil is obviously being impacted. In recent 10 years, Brazilian agriculture lost 300 billion reals. Last year, we were talking about 32 billion. What happened in Rio Grande do Sul, etc. So this dialogue with farmers of all sizes is happening. The example of the Brazil Climate, Forest and Agriculture Coalition in Brazil is a great example. An extreme situation brought everybody to the same table. But I have a comment about industry. Globally, the food industry is worried with the ultra-processed foods, but the Brazilian food industry denies this. Our food industry says that the ultra-processed products is nonsense, that it's not been proven by science, when the methodology created by the public health school in São Paulo is a scientific standard discussed in all international magazines. And I think that what Renata mentioned about the awareness raising of consumers is important. But I am also concerned, Mr. Albright, when he was 95 years of age, he published a book that was entitled The Economy of Innocent Fraud. Guilty fraud are in manipulation, forgery, but the most important innocent fraud is the myth of consumer sovereignty. What people eat is determined by what's offered by the industry. We need to attract the industry to the discussion table. This is happening globally. There are organizations that mobilize stockholders to reduce the offer of ultra-processed foodstuffs. And in Brazil, we are arguing that the industry adopts a denying position. The other point is that we need to stop with concentrated credit. Nobody has a crystal ball to know how to do this. But in Brazil, for example, 51% of the official credit is offered to soy plantations. We're talking about official credit only, government credit. And as we know, the non-government credit is already overcoming credit offered by the government. So to change this situation, we cannot issue a decree, we cannot use force. We need to develop a great action for this transformation to happen. And I totally agree with Renata.
Mike, would you like to offer a word
Vocês estão me ouvindo? Tá. Em relação
Can you
a
hear me? Yes, I think so. About subsidies that were mentioned here, I think that this is very important. How small farmers can receive subsidies. If they don't, how can small farmers have access to this? And this has to go through the discussion of large properties, mechanization. In the United States, they have producers who do not have access to machinery. What we're trying to create are mechanisms and conditions for these small farmers to have access to these subsidies, to minimally unleash this access. And we would have more participation and a more homogeneous agriculture, which is different from what we have today. I wonder if this is a solution. I am being quite candid, but it may be possible to change the agriculture in this country, to make this subsidy more democratic. It is accessed by large farmers, and they will go on having access to these funds. And we would like to have this changed. Just for you to have an idea of size, 15% of the credit is accessed by small farmers. Most of them are in the south of the country, but because they're more organized, they have a system that involves cooperatives, and what's left to the north and to the northeast is 2-3% only. So access is extremely different. The type of agriculture in one location is different from what happens in other parts of the country, and we need to change this.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I'm going to wrap things up. And I think, if nothing else, our panelists have really shown us that the question of whether food and climate are interrelated is kind of a silly one, because clearly they are. And I think what really came out both from what you talked about and some of the questions we got is that both systems bring with them histories that include colonialism and racism and sexism and inequality. And that needs to be addressed just as much as tons of carbon and the amount of calories people are getting on a daily basis. So I think that's something we as philanthropists, no matter what area we're working in, really need to take that away and do something about it. And the other thing that came across really clearly is that we are really seeing some of the answers emerge from the Global South, and we need to strengthen their ability to cooperate with each other. And we need to force, particularly those of us who are based in the Global North, we need to force our colleagues and our peers to start listening. So I'd really like to thank our panelists. It was an amazing job for the last panel of the day. You really brought the energy back. So I cannot thank you enough. And so let's everybody thank them again. Yes, well done. And I'm going to turn it back to Katrine, who's going to tell us what's next.
All right, I always seem to be the last person in between you and fun times. But anyway, thank you again. What a wonderful first day. It's been fantastic to have you, everybody here. I like that the conversation is continuing over there, so I'm loving it. They're just ignoring me, that's also fine. Just to really wrap up today, it's been an intense day. We've had so many very valuable conversations We learned a lot about sustainable finance. We heard a lot about food systems and climate change. And I think some of the big messages that I'm taking home with me today is that really, and it's coming back to some buzzwords that we've been hearing a lot, but it's still such a truth in all of this, is this whole transformational, systematic thinking that we need to apply into all of the things that we do. Everything is interconnected, and that is why we need to collaborate and go out of our silos and talk to the people that don't seem like they are working on the same thing, but they actually are. So I'm going to not conclude everything for you again and rehash the conversation. What is next is we're going to have a cocktail. Yes. And so it's a little bit harder to find. So what we have to do is no? It's right next door? Yes. All right. Fix that one. No complications. We're not no expectations here. So cocktail is right next door. But before we leave, tomorrow we will start at 8 o'clock in the morning with a breakfast by our partners at F20. So I hope many of you are able to come and join us tomorrow at 8. And then the main conversations then continue at 10 o'clock with a content block on adaptation hosted by Avina. And then the Children's Manifesto, so that's what I mentioned this morning. We'll have the children with us tomorrow morning as well. And then the afternoon we'll be talking about the SDGs and inequalities, also with another connection to health and some other conversations that are go beyond the very specific climate conversation. With that, go and get your drinks. See you all tomorrow. Have a nice evening.
Make me understand.